Oh, hi, and welcome. My name is Robin Martin. I'm the host of The Curious Art of Being Human. The following is a conversation with Steve Piper, owner of Monashee Health Collective. He's a chiropractor, he's a Wim Hof instructor. And in this episode, we are talking also and tasting and trying throughout the conversation craft beers that he's making in his garage. So this was pretty cool. We talk about a lot of different things and some unexpected things as well. We start with his process on how he makes beer. We talk about life generally speaking. Then we talk about identity. We talk about living your life. We talk about stuff he saw during his practice, his philosophy of chiropractic, I would say. We talk about a little bit about the cold plunge, Wim Hof, and different things. As always, this is the curious art of being human. If you want to support this project, you can subscribe to this channel, give us a blue thumb, share this to whoever you think is going to be interested. If you want to participate in, get in touch with me. I'm always on the lookout for all sorts of different person, different background, different professions, different stories, really any kind of things. Feel free to get in touch with me. I think that's it. Sit back, relax as always, and I hope you enjoy. And yeah, that's it. So now, Dr. Stephen Piper. Let's go.
I learned all about catfishing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, about how you make yourself or sound or appear to be something you're not.
Yeah.
I learned all about it the last couple weeks.
Really?
Apparently this is a big online dating thing.
Yeah. It is.
Like people show up to dates and you're like, that's not who you looked to be.
Exactly. I don't know if you know, there's actually a very popular, extremely big reality TV show that is called Catfish, where they follow this kind of story where people like message them and are like, oh, I'm in contact with this person, and they never want to video chat or they never want to meet. They always have excuses and stuff. And then they have a team where they investigate all the people, and they go there and they try to find out if it's a real person or if it's a catfish.
Is this the guy who was catfished for like 6 years? Like pretty famous guy, and
His name I don't remember.
I don't know his name, but this is where this comes from.
That's
how I learned about it.
The guy who created it, I know, got catfished
For a
in
long
the first
time.
place. For a long time, I don't remember that, but yeah, probably like he got like pretty, what's the word, traumatized by it, and then he decided to create
So he figured he would traumatize other people. Traumatize the catfishers.
No, he would help. yeah, exactly. And every time it's like people that are like at the bottom of their life, right, like trying to embody somebody else to have attention or things like that. So, but they're pretty good about it. They don't really like shame the people. Usually it ends like pretty well. Like they're trying to like make it look good, and they try to send back the catfisher into like a better direction. But anyway, have you ever got catfished?
No,
No?
not that I know of. Not yet.
Yeah.
It's very, I'm
Not
very,
yet.
I mean, I'm very new to the.
Yeah.
I don't. Well, like 2 dates, 3 dates.
Yeah.
So,
It
Oh,
might
it's the
come.
same.
It might come. I've never been catfished.
No?
I have a friend who got catfished here. The Adrian, my friend from France, that came here with me.
Yeah.
He got
And
catfished.
and how bad? Like what?
It was pretty bad.
Like totally different person?
Yeah, like very different person. Like
I mean, I've heard.
looked
I've
like
heard,
looked
I've heard
no-
stories.
nothing less. Nothing like sorry.
This is in
The
recording, is it? Yeah.
no, it's
it
a
is? Oh,
recording.
shit,
Yeah,
okay.
we're in it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So so we have like this beer that you're making, and we're gonna taste that in real time, and I'm gonna give you my opinion.
Yeah.
But the first thing I want to go over is, can you walk me through how the hell do you make beers? Because I have absolutely no idea. And first,
I just want to wait and see your reaction first.
Yeah.
That
Fruity.
that's a hazy IPA.
Yep.
It's the first time my good friend Nick and I have made a hazy IPA, so it needs some work. But yeah, making beer is. I've heard a line that says if you can if you can make oatmeal, you can make beer.
Really?
And
So what's the process? What do you need in?
you need so these are all grain batches. There's no filler. There's nothing like that. It's just grain that you take from the husk and you mill it. You crack the husk, and when you crack it, the sugars inside the grain are heated up so that the sugars come out of the husk. And I'm probably not doing it justice. I'm in my rookie infancy. I mean, I could go into a lot of detail with this, and that creates the wort, the mash. And then you mix in hops, which blend with the sugars, and then eventually you chill it and add yeast, and then the yeast eats the sugar, creating your just usual fermentation. And the different kinds of grain, the different kinds of hops, the different kinds of yeast, all create the certain flavor profiles of the beer. And then at the end, you basically add carbonation to give it some fizz. Yeah.
And how long does it has to stay?
I would say about a month.
A month.
Like start to finish.
Yeah.
A beer making day is for a rookie like me is like 5-6 hours with the equipment that I have, and then you put it into a fermenter and let the yeast do its work, and then I find the carbonation process at the very amateur level is hard to get right unless you buy a lot of fancy equipment. It's probably a lot like videography or podcast.
Right.
The more equipment, the fancier the equipment you have, the better it's going to get.
Yeah, totally. And then you can like add little stuff like little flavors, fruits and different things like that, or do you follow a recipe?
Yeah, this one was recommended to us.
I like it. Not saying this just for the camera.
Can you imagine? This is terrible, man. I think you should keep your day job. This is my retirement plan. Yeah. So this is my next career.
Never give up on your dreams.
Yeah. It's flavor profiles. I mean, they have a lot of what in the beer world is called mouthfeel, which is an interesting topic. How it feels in your mouth and on your tongue. And it just all depends on what you're after. Like how much, how like, in your opinion, would you say that that's a bitter beer? Like, does it leave a bitter aftertaste?
I would say a moderate one.
Right.
I've tasted more bitter than that, but definitely less bitter as well. Yeah.
And so if you dry hop a beer, meaning you add the hop after you've boiled it, it will be more bitter. And how you add the hops in, like what point in the boil do you add the hops will determine how much aroma you get out of it and how much bitterness you get out of it. And so hops added towards the end of the process add more aroma, so that's your sort of fruity flavors. And hops added at the beginning are going to add the bitterness to it. Yeah, and it just depends on what kind of beer you like. I mean, this is supposed to be a hazy IPA, so it's a little heavier alcohol content. It does have a bit of a sort of a heavier feel to it, a little bit more bitter versus, say, a lager, which would be very light. Totally different taste.
Do you do also? My personal favorites are like white beers.
Oh,
like
yeah.
The Hoegaarden.
Yeah.
With a lemon in it is like my favorite type. It's like the lightest.
What do you like about it? What is it?
I think it's I find it like very refreshing, and I just like the taste. But I like all kind of it, except from I'm really not a fan of Guinness and like the very dark one.
And why is that? What don't you like about it?
I think it's just like I didn't like. It's not my culture, I guess. Like I didn't.
No, it's very British.
I've never,
for sure.
maybe my mouth is not like.
Oh, I think that's the cool thing about beer
really
is that you can create something that to one person it's not not your thing,
Yeah.
to the next person, they just love it. And I hope you get to see that with the different beers that we try tonight. One will
For
be
sure.
like, okay, this has got a good flavor to it, or you appreciate it, and the next one you're like, that's not my thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm totally okay with that.
Yeah, that's good.
Especially at the level I'm at.
Yeah, no, but I like this one. Like, it's not. This one is like would be the middle ground, like kind of right between like a white, blonde, and then darker ones.
Yeah, so for what we're trying to work on, we want to make it more cloudy and a bit of a brighter look to it. This is a very amber looking beer, and hazy beer needs to be a bit brighter and cloudy, in my opinion. Certainly the ones that I've tried that I like, they're a little bit more fruity and cloudy. And so that's just a refinement process. This is the first time we made it. And so, we swing for the fences. We making hazy IPAs is a tough gig. Making lagers is a tough gig. And my friend and I have just, we're not afraid to try it. And that's the wonderful thing about making beer is you can fuck it up and turn it into a sour and people still love it.
Yeah.
So you just got to find the right audience.
Right.
Yeah.
There's that kind of like creative aspect of it, right? That you can also maybe like add things that are maybe not usual, or just like you have that personal secret mix recipe that maybe will make like a crazy good beer, or not that much.
Yes.
Yeah.
The answer is yes. Like you just nailed it. That's why I make beer, is because there's a mad chemist part of it that I love, that process of, you need X amount of ingredients at X amount of time. And if you screw that up, it's going to throw off the flavors.
Right.
I love cooking to follow a recipe. I don't try to create something from scratch, although I would love to get to that point with beer. And there's a creation process to it. Like, you don't know. I would be willing to bet that even in the higher, like the professionals that are selling beer at high levels, every batch they make is slightly different. But because you're not tasting one batch to the previous batch, you don't really have any measuring stick of what does this hazy IPA taste like the next time. I mean, at my level, the scale, the variability scale is going to be big, and at a professional level, the scale is going to be very small. But I bet you there's some nuances that every batch is slightly different than the last.
Yeah.
So much goes into it. Water content. What's the mineral level in the water that you have around town? What's the chloride content? All this stuff matters for beer. So yeah.
So how did you first get into it? Like, how did you get the idea of like starting making beer?
Well, first, I love beer the way it tastes, not the actual.
That would make sense.
It's
a
not
good
the
start.
not the actual alcohol consumption, because that I could do without. But my old man used to make beer in the basement, and I would come over and you can smell beer making a mile away. I don't know if you've ever been downtown when Okanagan Springs is.
When like the Martins maybe.
No, Okanagan Springs, the big brewery downtown. You can smell when they're making beer.
Yeah.
And so scale that down, and that's what my dad was doing in the basement. I never drank any, but I always remember that smell, and it's something that sort of reminds me of those times, the good old days, so to speak. And then the other part was just I was just curious. We're getting joined by a magpie, I think.
Oh, he's in the tree.
Pissed off at us, huh? For drinking beer, probably. You can edit that out, right?
Yeah. No, but I mean, we won't even like really.
It's not picking that up.
No, we'll be fine.
The other part about beer is the culture that surrounds it. Like, to me, to go mountain biking, there's a culture to have a beer after where you connect with people. And I think at the very basic premise of any alcohol, one is enough, and that's what it's designed to do. It's designed for you and I to have a drink together, and there's a social connection there. And so in making beer, I just thought it's a love of connection. It's just it's which sounds like bullshit, but it's not. You know, if for me to make a beer and then have you over to come try it, there's a connection there that I think is I'm proud of that.
Yeah. Yeah, you're creating something, and by creating that thing, it creates a social interaction, which is, we're a social species. It's all we
Yeah, well, but it's not though. You know, it's like Sunday dinner. If somebody, I don't know if your family did this, but my family always got together on Sundays and we had a big, I don't know, like roast beef or something like that.
Yeah.
And that's how you would start the week with that connection. And obviously nowadays it's connections are kind of hard to find. And if we can agree that, okay, we like the taste of beer, we're not going to drink a whole keg of it or anything. Those days are long gone. But we can at least sit and chat and break the ice with a beer, or it doesn't matter. A glass of wine is the same thing. It's a very social thing to do.
Yeah, for sure. You just said you on Sunday and you start the week. It's something that always like blew my mind here. Is that the Sunday? Is it actually accepted, or is it actually a thing that like the Sunday is considered as like the first day of the week? Because you just said like on Sunday you did that and you would start the week this way. And I see on schedule and stuff that I buy like the Sunday, and I didn't I didn't grow up like that.
I don't know. I think a lot North American culture it just depends on who you ask, because calendars are done that way.
Yeah, which is so, I find it
the
so
work
weird.
week's not done that way, right? But I often feel like Sunday is my day to, enjoy everything about that day to prepare for the following, to prepare for the week. So I would say my week starts on Sunday because, Monday's like full steam ahead. And I honestly feel like if you prepare on Sunday, you're better off come Monday morning.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if you take Sunday to have a what do they call it? Like a mental health day, like it's your day, self-care. You're going to prepare a good meal. You've got the time. You go do your family connection piece on Sunday. It's just, I don't know. It just makes me feel so much better when I've done my Sunday thing. And that's how I feel like you start the week.
Yeah.
And then so when Monday hits, it's work week, but it's not, you've already started by preparing. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I bet you could ask, 15 different people and you get 15 different answers.
No, for sure. But I was just always been intriguing here by seeing on calendars Sunday at the beginning.
Yeah.
He always like.
But in France, you guys don't work.
On Sunday, no.
No, you don't like at all. Like
we don't work at all. No, we don't.
We work like 10 hours a week, and
it's a social
like
country. We have like so many social help that
we
you
were
don't
talking
really
about
need.
this.
You don't really need to
imagine.
No,
imagine they told you have to work on Monday. It would be an uproar. Be protest.
France is a great country, but like anywhere, there's good things and there's bad things, and
I just love the passion in your culture. That's. I don't know, where does that come from? Where does that?
I think there's a lot of passion, but one thing that bothers me a little bit is that there's a lot of pride, and sometimes too much pride, and which leads to too much close-minded people, right? Like there's our way, this is our culture, like we do this like this, and while this can be good, like you can be proud of it, there's nothing wrong with being proud of your culture, even though like I'm a pretty extreme in like this kind of thing. I believe like, you were born somewhere. I don't take pride in anything that is French. I didn't create anything. I didn't invent the croissant. I don't like, French, we have the best wine. I don't make wine. I don't know anything how to make wine and stuff like that, yet I'm French, and some French will say, will take pride in their culture. But I was just like born there. I didn't invent or make anything.
Yeah,
I can't like appropriate myself all this stuff.
Yeah,
and, like,
I get what you're
French,
saying.
You know what I mean?
That would be like Canada and beavers.
Or maple syrup.
Maple syrup. Yeah, that's fair. But more at like deeper level than that is your. I think it's important to have a cultural identity.
Totally.
Like to say, to stand up and say, this is my culture. That doesn't mean you're ignorant or egotistical of other cultures. It just means that this is where I'm from and this is my experiences, and that I stand up and believe this is what else could you believe in? That's all you know.
Absolutely.
And But to be boasting about
Yeah.
wine and, you know, accents and this kind of stuff.
As long as it stays right, like positive, like you
Yeah.
want to share your culture because it's like we said, it's like we're social species and
Yeah.
we want to, hey, look at this, like taste this. This is from where I'm from.
Yeah.
Like I know the people that are making this, or this is my favorite wine. It's from Burgundy, and like
Yeah.
my grandfather made me discover this wine, or like that kind of aspect, but not like drinking Okanagan wine and what's that shit? This is not from France. I don't drink
Yeah.
this. And I mean, there's no. It's good until when it remains with the wisdom of knowing that all this you were just like born into it and it's your culture, but it's a tear, it's a drop of water in the ocean.
No, that's well said.
Right?
Yeah.
I love to say that it's a tear.
No, that's so well said.
There's not only this, and it's good to be able to look at your culture with not like having your ego identifying too much about it, like being just aware. I was just born in this country. I could have been born somewhere else. I was just born in there, and we transmit it to me these cultural aspects. So yeah, it's where I come from. It's like what I know, what I'm familiar with, but it's not like me personally as a person. It's not. I'm not gonna say like this is mine. You know?
I think there's to be proud of who you are and where you came from is a big deal. But to be protective over that would to say that you would never learn anything new in your life. You would never experience any other culture, and it's so interesting to talk about the. I'm sure you've met people along your way in life that are just not interested in gaining anything from another culture, and it's a sad place to be. It doesn't matter where you're from. Yeah. And I find the people who do the best are the ones that immerse themselves in another culture and go, okay, this is where I'm from. I'm never going to lose that. This is my identity. This is why I drink beer. But I'm always going to be open to going to somebody else's house to drink their beer or what they've made, or oh man, why wouldn't I want to do that? And I don't know. It's sad to see that we get lost in pride. Exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, because it's just an ego thing. When you're like close to it, it's just your ego that is trying to protect you, and it's not even like that people are bad or this is just a level of I'll say consciousness or maybe wisdom, or like knowing that everything you know, you only know what you know, right? But there's so many other aspects. I remember, it's like in the last episode I was quoting Socrates, who said true wisdom is in knowing that you know nothing, and it's basically this. And when your ego is trying to protect you and you're going into another culture, you will like judge things and say, oh, this is not normal, this is not like how I do things, but it simply is a question of like experiencing it, right? When you take yourself and you go into another country, and then suddenly you see that everybody around you is talking differently, doing different things, living differently, eating different stuff. Like there's jobs that you've never heard of, there's landscapes are different, and then everybody is looking at you like the one that is not normal. Yeah. And then in your brain happens something that is absolutely wonderful, is that there's no normal. There's like my normal, their normal, another culture will be normal. But it's good to reverse the thing and put yourself as everything you do say is normal for you, but suddenly it's going to enter in contradiction with everything else that's going to be around you. And that will like expand your mind of like, oh shit, there's no normal. There's just like the way I'm familiar with things. And
two things on that. Number one, just going back to your last episode, I can't believe that I am sitting here talking to you on your podcast after you have an astrophysicist on who's incredibly brilliant and just.
Yeah.
And now I'm sitting here drinking beer. Like what?
That's what's good.
Maybe
That's what
I
I
was
like about this.
You know, I was feeling a lot of pressure because I watched that episode and she's impressive. Yeah. She's a wise person. And the second thing is what you're describing is my experience with making beer to this point, in the idea that I have talked with numerous people who own breweries and people who own brew making shops, and they've just nothing but help, nothing but what do you think about this? And just totally went to a brewery that just opened in Lake Country called Three Lakes Brewing. This woman, they just opened. It's owned by three ladies, and I think they're doing a fantastic job. And she took the time out of her day to tour me around and talk beer and just throw things back and forth. This is the culture. This is the way beer making is that if you wanted to find the recipe for, I don't know, what's your favorite beer?
Hoegaarden.
Right, yeah, you mentioned that. Yes, if you want to find the recipe for Hoegaarden, you can go online and source this stuff out. There's there's no secrets, like there's no, I'm sure at the corporate level there's proprietary stuff,
Right.
but the whole community and culture of craft beer is growing together. There's no I need to keep this recipe to myself, like we were talking earlier about your pride and your culture and that kind of thing. That's not the way it is in the craft beer community. It's more like, what can we learn from each other? And if one person decides, okay, I feel strong enough about my beer making skills, I'm going to open a brewery in a place where there's maybe one or no breweries, that's just opening the door for the rest of us that actually thought, I wonder if I could do this, right? And there's that sense of you're learning from others. That is the way of life. You're never gonna know it all. Yeah. What you think is relevant to you is only gonna be totally blown away tomorrow when you see something you never saw before. And you're like, what the hell is that? Yeah. And that's what craft beer is all about. That's why you go to the beer store and there's, I don't know, 70 different craft brewers out there. There's a lot of them, and they feed off each other. It's so wonderful to see, and it's not. It is a consumer economy in that you have to consume beer, but it's also with good heart and soul to say that these small craft breweries who probably have the worst margins ever are willing to open up shop. I don't know if you've been to Port Moody, but there's these breweries right next door to each other. And it's not because they feel competitive. It's feeling more like this is family and this is how you grow and learn from each other. Yeah. And I don't know, it's just a special place, I think. Yeah.
I think it comes with the, and it was something that, like, it can be a content strategy as well. Cause something, I think the more you are leveraging unicity of things, like the more you're leveraging the fact that you're unique or your craft is unique, and the more and you reach that by being the more authentic, right, into the things you do or the things you say or the things you craft, the more is it like true to you and from you and therefore unique, well, the less you are in competition with all the rest. It is the more you just follow everybody and do the same thing that you're going to be mixed with other people and therefore create like a competition. But the more you tap into like this unique creativity, whether it is in this craft or like other things, the more you set yourself apart, and nobody can compete. Steve Piper making beers, nobody can make a better beer than you, the way you do it, with the way you want to do it. Not better, but nobody will make the same.
Bingo. Yeah.
Nobody will make the same beer.
And if you think about how many people are on the planet?
7 billion-ish right now.
Imagine if they all made beer. No, I'm kidding. No, but if you think about your podcast and this whole idea of being curious and your unique factor, man, imagine how creative the whole world would be. And it sounds a little foofy, but honestly, it sounds foofy because we're so afraid to try it.
Yeah.
We're so afraid of who we are on the inside to recognize that your uniqueness, I don't care what it's, if it's, making beer or podcast or what, if you tap into that, if everyone could tap into something and just recognize that it's 1 in 400 trillion chance that they even exist, okay? Like they even are born.
Yeah.
And then they have something unique about them that makes them totally different from 7 billion people. I think we'd probably be, I don't know, I think we'd probably be better off if you could just sit back and just contemplate it.
Yeah.
And then you might not be as afraid to try that thing that you say, everyone says, oh, that sounds cool that you're doing that, but I could never do that. Maybe not, but you can do something else, and you should recognize, oh, that's what Robin's doing. I'm doing my craft beer thing. At least try. At least be curious. And I think that's the wonderful thing about your podcast is that even though you put me on after an astrophysicist with just nothing but knowledge and wisdom, I still feel special, like it's totally different.
But that's the principle as well of this thing is that I want to like jump with people that are totally different with different background and like have a mix of all sorts of people, because it literally to showcase and highlight this thing that we're talking about, that everybody's unique. And people might not even know, but if you start talking about a subject to somebody that thinks he doesn't have like a relevant point of view or whatever, and then actually deep inside there's a voice of like, no, I'm not, I don't agree with this. I agree with this. I think that this is my perspective, and it's to help also owning this, because at the end of the day, like you say, it's the fear, but like nothing will happen. Like if you start telling what you think, it's just a little scary at the beginning, because also anybody can see these things. But like when you're just like true in your behaviors, the world like aligns with you. That's the only thing that happens. But again, it's an ego thing, a fear thing, because you will start losing things, because you start like shaping things. Like I cannot tell you, like the day I posted that first video where I'm yelling like a madman on the lake.
Yeah,
I felt like there's been like initially you have something where like everybody's just like step back, what is going on? Like Robin is crazy or that kind of thing. Like, but I felt like, but again, I'm someone who follows the intuition and the things, and in the moment I felt like this call to do something. Regardless of what it was, I did it, I filmed it, and I put it out. And I know that regardless what's gonna happen with that, regardless of it, I know that it's true to myself, and I'm sharing it, and then whatever is gonna be the outcome of it.
And that goes back to your episode with the guy, the other Steve. I'm the second Steve.
Yeah.
Talking about vulnerability.
Yeah.
And this idea, I was talking to a friend of mine about vulnerability the other day, and man, our time here is so short in the grand scheme of things. And you have such a creative, unique passion about you. Everyone does. If you could just be a little bit vulnerable to certain situations, might you actually grow from that? Might you be you doing the yelling thing? I mean, I was like, what is he doing?
But for sure.
In that moment, I didn't care, because that's you doing you.
Yeah.
That's why I love to see that. I think that is so important, and that's such a key is that you need to do those things. And there's when it comes to that, when it comes right down to it, there is no right or wrong. There is no I'm going to be judged for this. There is no I didn't have this I wasn't taught to do this, that kind of thing. Man, who fucking cares? On your deathbed, when you're the last thing hopefully you're not looking at me, but the last person you look at I heard this the other day. I don't know where I heard it from. It's probably something I was watching, which is sad. But they said the number one thing that this person thought of, which I thought was so creative, on their deathbed, what do you say to someone, is to your loved one that's right in front of you? You know what the person said?
No.
He said, I'm going to look them straight in the eyes. I don't know. I'm terrible at paraphrasing with this. And look them straight in the eyes and basically go, this is going to happen to you too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, this isn't just me.
100%.
This will also happen to you. So let this be a reminder. You're staring at a real live person who's about to die, that you need to go and live and be vulnerable and scream or whatever the fuck makes you happy.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, there's context that matters. Always context matters.
Yeah.
You can't go streaking. You could probably do it. Yeah. But if that's what's going to give you purpose and fill your soul, regardless of what your background is, man, that's where this came in. Like, just try it. Just be willing to fail, and know that your time here is short, and that if you're not willing to match your external vulnerability with your internal vulnerability, it's not going to be a good ride for you.
Yeah.
You know, like, you're not going to. I think you could enjoy it more, and that to me is what truth really is how closely does your external reality match your internal reality? Because what you see as true could be totally different from what I see as true.
Yeah.
And as long as I'm sort of aiming at, okay, well, somewhere in there is okay, that's the real world out there, and then on the inside, that's how I actually feel, and they're pretty close together. I think that's
Oh yeah.
And somehow making beer just this circles back to your question.
There's and there's something, I don't remember where I heard that, but like everybody has like 3 life. You have your secret life, the thing that you're the only one who knows, the thing is that like you've never shared anybody. These can be like intrusive thoughts, these can be things that you do that no one knows and you will never tell anybody. Then you have your private life, the thing that you share with like close friends, partner, family, kind of, and then you have your public life, which are your social media, how you portray yourself to others. And this is exactly what you're talking about. That the more all of this is blending into one, the more you're true, the more you're authentic. And the more these are really apart, and in your secret life or private life, you're somebody totally different than your public life. This is where you're playing right roles. Even though we always like change masks, right, into different like events or different social interaction. We're just like changing masks, and we're wearing different masks into different situations. But these things, if you can try somehow to be the same, to be yourself, how are you going to be by yourself, or how are you going to be in a crowd or in a social event? The more you're blending all that, this is when you know that you're the more authentic. But if you're a complete different person in public than you are with your you're like by yourself, this is where you know that like big disconnection is usually not really.
Yeah, and I would add to that, which is it's beautifully said, is that what I see is that it seems to be a little bit in reverse. I shouldn't say a little bit. It seems to be in reverse. So your persona of what you show the other people in your life, your public perception, is now informing who you are internally. You know what I mean? So the way you look, feel, sound, dress, I don't care, whatever you post is not your real life. That's what you want everybody to see. And I think as a whole, as a culture, we're so wrapped up in what we want to appear to be that we actually reverse engineer our internal lives to think that's the way I am. And that's what defines me. And I find that to be extremely sad, to lose what you had as a 4-year-old child who enjoyed play and just weird shit as a 4-year-old, eating dirt, you know, that now it's more about, okay, my external reality informs my internal reality. And I don't think that should ever be the case. It should be the other way around. I am tolerant and acceptance of everyone around me. And I appreciate that you come from a lived experience and that I'll never get to see your secret life, or probably not your private life, but you're willing to show me these parts of your life. Yeah. And I'm grateful for that. But I know that you're not defined by your blue shirt, you know, and I feel like, man, it is kind of like a teeter-totter effect of what I see these days, where people want to appear a certain way, okay, on the outside. And they believe that to be so who they are, they actually, it's so far from who they actually are on the inside, but because they feel so, what is I'm looking at? Like the external person wants to be so right in who they are, they completely lose that 4-year-old child on the inside that ate dirt or did something crazy, only to have a certain appearance or lifestyle. I don't know. It just seems like it's in reverse.
Yeah, that I think that makes sense for two reasons. And first of all, there's this fabulous quote. I love quotes, but that I forgot who said this, but it's exactly what you said. Who says, I forgot who's the guy, but anyway, I'll put it. Who says, I am not who I think I am. I am not who you think I am. I am who I think you think I am. And it's the same thing. Is like, I have this image in my mind of how Steve Piper is seeing Robin Martin, so I'm gonna like act in this way that you see. And then, but the thing is, like, we're literally educating this way, right? We're educating to look for external guidance because it's normal when you're 4 years old. Like you said, you're eating fucking dirt, so like you need an adult to tell you, no, don't do this, do that. And so we grow up like looking for, can I do this? Is this good? Can I go to the bathroom? Rate me. Like
Yes.
An external person is rate me on who I am, on what I know. And then if when you become an adult, you don't build the capacity to snap out of it. Okay, like this was because I needed to get a little bit of education. Now I understand that I don't need external validation. I don't need somebody that's gonna tell me, yes, Robin, you can go in the mountain and yell, because otherwise I'll never do. And this changed my life completely, you know, but nobody would have told me to do this. It would be the opposite. People would have been, just no, don't do this. Don't make noise. What is this? We don't yell. We don't do that thing. So like it would be the opposite of what I would have felt inside. But it's like responsibility of the adult at some point, but it helps.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Man, I have so much to add that you're just making me like go off here, because you're totally right. We've talked about external validation many times, and this idea that we're not good enough unless somebody else thinks so. And that's you know, I don't want to get onto like what would it be, like podcast pontification, you know, like I don't want to do that, but here we are pontificating about how to, you know, what is the best way to be a human? Well, just fucking do it. You don't need permission to be a human. And man, it's the reason why we're talking about this is because how we live right now is so fucked up that we could actually spend 3 hours talking about how to be a human. I think on one of your podcasts you were talking about grounding, and I was like, grounding? What's that? And I had to look into it, and you know, I listened to what you had to say, and I thought it was very important. And then I was thinking about it. I thought, oh, so these are just instructions on how to be a human. Like, do we really? We're at the point now where we actually need instructions on how to be a human. And man, I don't know. The closer you get to a 4-year-old child, just watch them. just watch what they do. They're the ones watching us. They're the ones that are the sponges. Every time you pick up your phone, even your infant is doing what's called quorum learning, where they're watching you do that, and they think that that's what they're supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
No, man, we got it wrong. We need to pay attention to the kids. What they're doing is it's sad that we live in a world where that's not profitable. But imagine if it was. Whew. We would, we'd probably have a bunch of hippies and. No, I'm kidding. There's nothing wrong with hippies. But we wouldn't be talking about this.
Yeah.
We would be laughing, and I just think it's sad.
Yeah.
I just think there are lots of people out there who are so afraid of themselves and are so afraid that they're unlovable that they would never scream on top of a mountain or try beer or making beer or whatever. It's they would rather spend the time watching someone else do it, which is why I think pro sports is so, not to go like a totally different direction, but pro
totally.
sports is watching somebody who's so highly gifted at their craft that you're willing to pay a lot of money to see them do their thing, and they would do it for free. And I just think that it's, we all have that unique factor in us, that gifted ability. But if you're not willing to ask those questions internally and like fail at a lot of things, aka making beer or screaming I'm just screaming. That's so good. I love it.
It's like.
Do you scream different ways when you? Like,
I do. Like,
depending on the moment,
basically
how you feel.
There's two things. There's we can talk about it after, because I have like a whole process, but I basically do two things. I either say something, which is usually let's go, or I make just a noise that doesn't mean anything. It's just like expulsing this.
I think it would be I think
energy.
it would be cliche if it was like grounding, like if there was rules that you had to follow, like you must scream for a minute and a half, and then you must use this tone of voice to scream, and it must be this intent. No, just fucking do it.
Exactly. The goal is to not overthink it. Well, the first thing is because the first time I did it, it was like not prepared. I didn't know I was gonna do it. It was completely instinctive, and then I was like, holy shit, like it felt insane. And I started to make a little bit of research about it, and like, yes, you get some endorphin about this. There are like, it's a little bit used, but like it's very dark. Like there's not much stuff around it, and I was like, fuck, like I might be onto something. And then I started to like do it in different configuration and with like a little bit of a mental preparation before, because the goal is to there's different things. There's two main things. The first thing is you take something from the inside and you generate the most amount of like force, and you bring it outside, and it sounds. So it's something that you create that comes from inside with your breathing, which is life force, and it's you are creating this vibration that then go out there and vibrates with everything. That's the first thing. It's like I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here, and I'm telling you that I'm fucking here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that's the first thing. And why it helps is because like in my personal thing is that I blocked myself for years with this. I like kind of like silenced myself for years about like because I had like this big fear of what we're talking about, of like expressing myself, of giving my perspective, my opinion, by fear of being seen and judged, and this literally like completely from the first time like crushed this fear. So that was first and foremost. Like I won't be silenced. Like nobody were silencing me. It was myself. But it's telling yourself, it's like liberating yourself. and that thing from the inside, and then you resonate with the word. And the second thing is, I do something that is not like necessarily like socially accepted or socially. It's something that's unfamiliar. It's something that like
jolts you. Yeah.
what the hell is happening?
Yeah.
And this, by doing this, it helps you with that same thing of like being yourself, like expressing and understanding that it doesn't really matter. Nobody gives a fuck. So you can be this, in French we call that the coup de pied dans la fourmilière. It's like kicking the ant nest, which means
Literal translation doesn't work that well. Yeah.
kicking the ant, like, you know, an ant nest.
Yeah.
Well, we'll say when you do something that's like not necessarily inappropriate, but when you make some noise in not mostly in the like figurative way, when you say something that is very maybe like inappropriate or very different from your environment. I don't know if that makes sense. It's like you're the elephant in the room. Anyway, and so that aspect is make you, again, like the cultural thing, make you realize, oh shit, I can not follow the rule. I can do something that's completely unfamiliar, unheard of. Nobody here maybe had done it. I can't do it. And what is happening to me? Nothing. Nobody's like really going to come to me and say, Robin, you can't do this. Nothing really bad is happening to me. But me, for myself, in my brain, the amount of expansion that it does, like, wait a minute, you're telling me that I can do things that are not necessarily familiar, and it's going to open the way for like other things. It's going to free myself, it's going to liberate myself, it's going to make me understand that it doesn't really matter, that I can do anything that I want, and it's totally fine. And this is like mind fucking blowing.
Yeah, totally.
You know?
I don't even know what to say. That just say the ant nest kicking thing again.
So kicking the ant
no, don't
nest.
say it don't say it in English. Just say it in
coup de
French.
pied dans la fourmilière.
Oh yeah, that makes me. Yeah, that's it right there. And I think that things that you create, or you know, that's the same as trying a recipe you've never tried before. It's just on a different scale. And I mean, this just goes back to this idea that we're so afraid of ourselves that we don't even know where to start.
Yeah.
You know, like, just try something. And I get that same feeling whenever I try something I didn't think I was quite entirely capable of doing. And that I mean, that's a perfect dovetail right back into beer, is that when you create something and you had no idea you could even do that, you know, like, so many things come to mind. A female birthing another human being is incredible. Like, how is that even physically possible?
Yeah.
And yet it is, right? And I just think that listening to you talk, you know, finding your thing, whatever it is probably what we're missing. A lot of us, you know, we're so caught up in how we're supposed to behave, or how we're taught to behave, that we lose that spark inside. Might not be, you know, the kicking the ant nest thing, which I would love to try to say in French, but I won't. That's what we need to be doing, all of us.
Yeah.
And it might not. You might fail,
and you will. You should.
You know, you might get into trouble. For something. I don't know. Like, you that might not work for you, but at least you could say, I tried that thing that I decided to do. Man, it's so inspiring to watch people try the thing that they very well know that they probably shouldn't. You know? And I'm not saying the outcome's going to be good. You might get hurt. You might, I'm sad to say, it might not, you know, it might be the end for you. But at least you went out doing, it goes back to, what are you going to say on your to your
Yeah.
loved one when you're facing death? You're going to say, hey, make sure you don't try that screaming thing. That didn't go well for me.
Yeah,
That's not what you're gonna say.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's like it's the starting point. We lost touch because in this modern society, we're not like, our life is not a risk every day, or it can be, but we're not aware of it, right? Our subconscious mind like makes us take for granted the next like 5 minutes, 5 weeks, 5 years. We think we're gonna leave, and we forget that we might die. Like, it comes down to the Stoics, like, they already knew all that shit, and there's like this famous line of memento mori, remember you're gonna die. And it's something that everybody should, like, you should get up in the morning, like, you open your eyes, you're back into this back into the game, and you should be like, okay, like, yes, I remember that this day might be the last. And it might sound, sometimes I say this to Jenna often, like, and it's like, it might sound like a little extreme. It's like people can laugh about it, but dude, no. And I've had I've seen people that have had like 2 times in growing up, like people my age, like dying, and so it's like I am very in touch with this because I've felt it and I've seen it. And when you see your great grandparent or your grandparent dying, like, it's like, it is sad, and but it's the cycle of life, and it's normal. But when you see somebody that is like fucking 10, 11 years old and that dies, and then somebody that's like 25, 26 and that dies, and like it makes you a slap back in the reality of like, okay, like it is not a joke that today might be your last. It makes people laugh today.
Yeah.
It's like, no, but it's not a fucking joke.
No.
And then when you truly realize this is where you're gonna be able, like, what the fuck do I care that somebody's gonna say anything if I know.
Yeah.
This is the first
And
thing.
it reminds me, like, so if that's the case, like, how fucking intensely do you brush your teeth? Like, do you just like, oh, it's my last day, I'm just gonna give her? No, but you at least appreciate that, Like, it's not, there's so many silent killers out there now that you're never going to know of until down the road. And you could try to aspire to lead just the most amazing life, and still the silent killer will get you. And you don't, man, I don't know. It's like, obviously you live in the moment. And that doesn't mean you don't have RSPs and you don't plan for future, because our time here is short, but it's not that short. And I just think that as you get older in life, things will get taken from you, whether you like it or not. And you don't know that until it actually starts happening to you. You can see it happen around you. You can see your other friends lose loved ones or whatever, but it's all good until it happens to you. And when those things start getting taken from you, you start to realize that those moments that you shared with that person or whatever was taken from you were far more important than you actually gave credit to. And does that mean you need to be capped in intensity your whole life? No, just have an appreciation of it, and that when you see someone, tell them you love them and give them a hug and just be a fucking human, so time here is short. Do you need to brush your teeth with, like, the last day? Like, how would you brush your teeth the last day of your life? What would you do?
I
Would you
wouldn't
spend
brush
extra
the
time,
last
or
day
you
of
say,
my
fuck
life.
it?
I wouldn't brush
You'd say,
my
no,
teeth.
I'm not doing it today.
Lose a second brush.
It's like a rule, eh?
wouldn't give
You've
a
been
fuck.
taught to brush your teeth for good hygiene, and you know what? Today's my last day. Fuck it, I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
But then what if tomorrow came, and then you're like, oh shit, I didn't brush my teeth yesterday?
I guess you'll survive.
Will you? I don't know. You talk to lots of dentists and dental hygienists, and I don't know, man. They're pretty adamant. No, I'm just joking. I just think, like, there's the small moments of your life that seem mundane. Yeah? Ask a person who's dying.
Yeah.
And they'll tell you that those moments matter so much to them that they would never trade it for anything, because they know, well, I mean, we're all dying, but some are going quicker than others.
Yeah.
You ask someone who's been given 3 months to live, whether they take pride in brushing their teeth, I bet you they do, because it means they're alive.
Yeah.
And if we all, if we could all just appreciate that a little bit, I think we'd probably be better off in recognizing that death is, it's sad, of course, but it's also human. Like it's beautiful.
Yeah.
And I say that losing some very close people to me, and it's tragic and sad, but that is what makes you recognize how grateful you should actually be that you can scream on top of a mountain and do the things that you want to do, like go do those things. Make beer, make shitty beer, make better beer the next time. We're out of beer too.
Yeah. We're gonna need a refill, but I was just gonna say, what was I gonna say? Yeah, no, I was gonna say, can you imagine if we were, if we were to live forever, I bet there would be like way more actual like suicide and way more crazy shit going on, because can you imagine like tomorrow we're able to live even not forever, but even like 1,000 years, by example. Like it would be, I think it would make life way more complicated, because if we're like I think the general life expectancy would be like around 80-85, like if you take like the median like worldwide or something like that. Like you said, it's tricky because it's long enough to be like, okay, I still need to be like kind of safe, but it's short enough to take your chances on those little things. And if we were to leave like way more than that, we would lose that aspect of, because that finite aspect is what makes it interesting and valuable, right? It's like when you play poker with fake money. Who gives a shit? Nobody.
Right.
But when there's your money on the table,
skin in the game. And I totally think, I mean, we could talk for a long time about this, because I think what you're actually getting into now, in my opinion, is where religion comes in and spirituality, where I've had a lot of conversations with people about what happens after you die, what happens to your soul, and it's a very interesting conversation. And for me, it's almost a moot point of, you know what, I don't fucking care. This life is hard enough as it is. I want to live this one and do hopefully the best that I can and make my mistakes and all the things, and not worry about tomorrow. Because if I did that, I might not, I might be less risky, or I might be more jaded, whatever, about doing something that is well outside of my comfort zone, because there could be another chance some other time down the road. I don't know, man. That's never resonated with me, in the idea that I could save it for tomorrow. I mean, my bank account says no. I just mean that it's a very deep philosophical conversation to say that, even if you're not here tomorrow, you will be, your soul and your energy will carry on. Yes, okay, that's great, but I don't want to focus on that. I don't want to lose sight of you sitting in front of me right now, the real Robin, like, I don't want to lose that.
Yeah. It's well, I mean, like religion, spirituality, like it's a big subject. One thing, so like what you're saying is that, because right, we carry, and it's something I was, because like recently was the birthday of one of my best friend who died from cancer, and I was writing, like the loved one that you lose, you never lose. We don't lose people. They move on to the next stage that is kind of blurry exactly on what's happening. There's plenty of different theories, there are also plenty of different like a testimonial of like NDE, like near death experience of what people went through and stuff like that are like fucking mind blowing. And anyway, but it's just that like if you can, and I think spirituality is about that. If you're able to grow into your consciousness, to look at things and really detach for a second and see that your life is such a small thing in this big aspect on this planet, on humanity and on stuff, and that the people that you lose, they went on to the next step before you, but rest assured that, like this person said in the deathbed, like we will get there too.
Mm-hmm.
And what I was writing is that there's, when you look at the probability of being alive, the probability that you and me are here talking,
Mm-hmm.
understanding each other
Mm-hmm.
after billion years of this universe, billion years of this earth, hundreds of thousands of years of humanity, and what all these people went through, all our ancestors went through and survived and had us as a kid, and that we today talk about this fact and have the consciousness to be able to look at all these things. Like, no, it's unlikely. There's zero probability. Like the fact that you have a life, it doesn't happen. It's zero.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that you're, but the fact that we will die will end. It's 100%.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, the way I see it now is like, yes, it's fucking sad, but I'm gonna die too. Like, I'm getting there, and it's such a small piece out of that whole thing. And this is where spirituality comes in, where this spiritual theory, where we are a soul that has a human experience, and the physical death is not the end of your consciousness. And this whole theory is that consciousness is the drive that creates then everything, and we're linked by the silver cord to this human body. And what is interesting to see is that now, like, science kind of like, there's some gray area and catch up with spirituality, and when you know and look a little bit into quantum physics and you look at the atomic or subatomic level, what's happening in this world.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's absolutely mind-blowing. It's incredible. Like, nothing, we live in a world where nothing is actually what it looks.
Yeah, man. I think we need to consult the astrophysicist on this, because she what I would say also is that science and spirituality are two totally different things. And relying on science to explain spirituality, or vice versa, is not fair. That's apples and oranges. Using science as a method and a process is cool, and I love it, and it's definitely part of me. But also tapping into spirituality, where there are some things, there are some mysteries out there that we are better not knowing. And we live understanding that this is a mystery. You are far better off that way. Because what if we had an answer to what you're talking about, the unexplainable, what happens after you leave your physical body? Would we be satisfied with that? I doubt it. It would be on to the next thing. That's just in our nature. It's not good enough. That's where science steps in and tries to rationalize things, and it's just not fair. You're asking something of a process to explain something that we don't have a fucking clue. We can't even wrap our heads around it. And when I say that, that's with all due respect to how powerful your mind is. Your mind is infinitely greater than this entire universe. And there's how many of us living here? And each one of us has this mind, or a mind. And we want science to explain that? That's not going to happen. Stop relying on science to explain what happens. Just accept that there are mysteries in the world. The Google kind of ruined us. I think. Well, I shouldn't say that. I wouldn't say ruined us, but it added so much to our lives. And yet, to have a mystery, to leave it a mystery, and to wonder about why certain things are the way they are, to have even this conversation, I wonder why that is. Wouldn't that be better than say, I have the answer to everything?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's way better to understand spirituality as something that's never going to be explained by anyone. And I would love for that to stay a mystery. And that what you're talking about, the people who have gone before us, is a very 10,000 foot view.
Yeah.
And then you zoom in onto us, and all of a sudden it becomes a microcosm of just so many random happenings for us to even be here tonight talking about this. And then you zoom out and you're like, wow, that's the greatest mystery of all, is life. That's a mystery. How we actually make our way through life is incredible. And there is no explaining that. There never will be. But yet we're so curious, and humans need to have the answer. No, you don't need the answer. You just need to enjoy it.
Yeah.
Like, sit back, relax, have a beer, and just enjoy what you're experiencing, because it is random and unexplainable by a process. And that is what is beautiful about life and death, is that it's all wrapped up into this neat thing we call our experience over time. And man, I just think that if we could just live a little bit more like that, have a little bit better appreciation of that, we, as a whole, we'd probably be doing better as a whole. And I mean, I don't mean better as in, I just feel like we're not passing the grade as human beings, myself included, right? We all have our dark sides.
Yeah.
We all have our downsides, all the things. But just to have a small appreciation for that mystery that is like, okay, I can't explain this, but I'm just going to enjoy the ride.
Yeah. Do you think, let's say in the hypothesis where, let's say, death is not the end of your consciousness, let's say when you die, you indeed separate with this physical body and you go into another dimension, and it keeps going. Do you think, if this would be common knowledge, that's an interesting thing, do you think it would be more detrimental to humanity, or
Humanity or me as an individual? Because I think you're asking me, not humanity.
No, because you said
I don't want to come back as a common housefly. But all joking aside, I think. Oh man, that's a tough question to answer. I think. Am I necessarily concerned with my soul or energy continuing on after I leave this physical body? I kind of think that's an egotistical question. Meaning that my ego, of course, would want to live forever in any way, shape, or form, whether it's metaphysical or otherwise. But that's not where I'm at right now. So why wouldn't I want to just enjoy the body I'm attached to and the presence I'm in and all the things? I don't know if that answers your question, but it's a tough question to answer, man. I didn't know you were gonna get into this kind of shit. Like, this is intense. I thought we were just gonna have some beer and you're like, yeah, this beer tastes shitty, this one's good. We'll just call it a day.
No, but what you're saying, where you basically, the way I understand it, what you're saying is that you don't want to like let your mind wander too much into this because you think it's more important to be present here. So like that's a good answer.
Well, isn't that where fear comes from? Is the unknown? If you're gonna think a lot about what your future is gonna bring, you're not gonna have the answer.
Yeah.
And so then you're gonna live in some realm of unknown, and that's where fear starts to percolate. Is in that realm, and I everyone has it, and people on their deathbed. My best friend had some interesting things to say in his dying days that I was fortunate enough to spend with him, about how he thought about that, and it was complete 360 from the man that I thought I knew, you don't really know anybody.
When was
you
that?
know? This is 2017.
2017. So
And-
what did he tell you?
Oh, just the way he looked at his life. The person I thought I knew from being my best friend and the experiences we had shared together were completely different from him being so afraid of losing his family and who's going to look after his family, and we never talked like that when he was not dying as quickly as he was.
Yeah.
Right? Suddenly the context changes. So to say that I would never, I shouldn't say never, be very careful about saying never and always. I would say that it's, like I said earlier, it's all good until it happens to you. And perhaps if my process of dying was speeding up, like tomorrow, and I saw you, I would say, oh, remember that thing I said on the podcast? That was bullshit. I actually believe in this.
Of course.
And I didn't know that until I was close to death. And, you know, it would be wonderful to get that perspective from my best friend now. But again, you have to live in the moment, man. You don't get those chances. You don't have those conversations. You should start.
Yeah.
And sometimes people just think it's too intense or whatever, but I don't know, man. You don't get those. You don't get second chances.
No.
Not when it comes to that kind of stuff.
It's not too intense. It's just that it's taboo, right? Like
Yeah.
death is a
It's
we don't
whitewashed.
talk about it because
Yeah.
there's grief, because it's
Yeah.
like we don't want to talk about this. But what you're saying is like you're touching the point of like I don't think you really know somebody until you're like with them in adversity, right? Like in a big shitty situation.
Yeah.
This is what reveals character and things, like how you handle like really bad stuff. Not like when you're enjoying your life, like I'll be here, I'm gonna do this, and now tomorrow I'm in an accident and I lose one leg. Like, how am I gonna continue live this life? How am I gonna show up?
Yeah.
And then, or like other things. I don't want to like speak things into existence.
What happens to people every
but-
day?
but-
and they
but-
find a way.
Yeah, exactly. And then it's when it's so obvious to me that there's sometimes I can't, I don't understand that anymore, and I'm trying to think before how I was thinking before, being really in tune with that finite aspect, and that I'm going to die and it's fine. It's I like fully integrated it. And it's like, it's so obvious to me that like literally every morning when I get up, I'm like, fuck, I'm like, yes, I'm back in the game. Let's go. You know what I mean? Like, it's literally this. I was like,
Yeah.
but this is how you will like live life to your kind of almost full potential, or with a way bigger potential than if you're fearful. But I think this asks for
Man, I did not know we were getting into this. Like, this is,
yeah.
I thought you
I
did
might
that
put a
with
few
the
lights.
astrophysicist, and she did a good job. I was like, okay, we're gonna drink beer and have fun.
We're
That
gonna
sounds
talk
like
about death. And
man.
that's the good stuff.
I did not know a hazy IPA could do that, but I'm quite happy that it did. Yeah.
Are we trying a second one?
Yeah. Totally.
Yeah. So what do we have now? The second one.
Yeah. So this one is definitely creation.
I like that.
Yeah, this one is well out of my comfort zone for making beer. I have you see a lot of craft beers with fruit in it now, and so I didn't want to take the easy road and just dump some extract in there. Usually, what they do is they'll dump like raspberry. You've had these raspberry beers, I'm assuming. Or blackberry, something like that. No, not for Steve and Nick. They want to do it the hard way. And so, in talking to a close friend of mine, who I hope she can say that I'm a close friend. She farms elderberry.
Oh,
and so
Elderberry?
elderberry, like the older berry, but the wiser one, elderberry.
Is that an actual thing?
It's kind of like ant kicking hill thing.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's like an English expression. No,
Oh.
I'm kidding. Yeah, elderberry. I can't tell you a lot about the fruit itself. I just know that no one's made any elderberry beer before. So just like we were talking, that was maybe I should try that. So with making beer with fruit, obviously there's a fermentation process that happens with beer. When you add fruit, it adds another complexity because fruit has naturally occurring sugars in it.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have to ferment the beer first, and then this is the way I did it anyway. I added the fruit. I poured the 7-day fermentation on top of the pureed elderberries, and I smoked the elderberries first, thinking that would give it a smoky flavor, which you'll be able to judge for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It needs work, is what I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Is that there's a few things I want to change, but yeah, just give it a try. Other than to say it was poured on top of fruit, and it's the base is an IPA, so this is India Pale Ale. And it's got a definitely different flavor to it.
I was expecting a stronger flavor than that.
Well, I think elderberries are not. Think of like
Not in a bad way.
no, I get what you're saying though. To me, it's got a bitter after flavor, and fruit can often have bitterness after.
Yeah.
Like you think about a rind for an orange, or
Mhm.
orange peel
Yeah.
has a bitterness to it. That's what I get, and so that's not a bad thing in beer. It just needs to be refined. It needs to be, in my opinion, it needs to be a bit more peppery, if that's the thing. And I can see that going really well with a chocolate porter, like the winter beers that are dark and heavy. Having an elderberry flavor to it
Yeah.
would be incredible in my opinion. But that doesn't mean I'm not throwing away the IPA recipe. It just needs a bit of fine tuning with what kind of hops and yeast to use.
Yeah. I think I'm more the kind of like the previous one, but I don't find it extremely more bitter than the first one though. Like I find kind of almost on the same, but I get what you mean by the smoked
Yeah, I wouldn't do that again. I don't think I don't think it adds anything except to say that I have many leather-bound books and I smoke elderberry. Like it's just a thing. I don't think it actually. My brewing partner Nick, his concern, which is a valid one, is putting raw fruit into beer. There's certain tannins in there that I can't remember what he called it, but to smoke it would be to cook it. To cook the fruit. So the next time when we make this batch, we're going to actually put the elderberry in the boil. So let it boil with the grains and the hops. And that way, the other problem we face with this is that when you put pureed elderberry in there, there's seeds in there, and the seeds get stuck in the line. And that's why you only got this much, because most of it is coming out as foam rather than beer, and you have to let the head kind of settle to actually get some beer out of it. And I think that's mostly because the seeds get stuck in the line and you can't actually pour the beer part of it.
Right.
But these are just things that you learn as you go.
Yeah.
You make mistakes.
You can't go over these. Anyway.
Yeah.
Can't.
To me, it's still a sessionable beer that I can drink, and it's got some really interesting flavors to it that you're not finding that at the beer store. And these are just the kind of mad science experiments that I like to do. Yeah.
And the satisfaction you get from like drinking this, even if it's like fucking terrible, which is not. Because it's something
It's
that
just
you
a notch
created.
above that,
It's
though.
different than no, it's good, but it's like there's different tastes between like having your own thing that you created, that you made.
That's the key.
Rather than just like something you bought.
Yeah, that's the key. That I made that, and
Yeah.
it's something to learn from. And because if I bought it, I wouldn't. I can read the ingredients, but I had no clue how to put that together.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's just totally.
You can take some home with you. I got a canner.
Oh, cool. Yeah. I would.
It's a different
I
kind
can
of beer,
taste the
for
fruit.
sure. Yeah, you definitely can taste elderberry in there.
And the color as well as.
Oh, certainly. The color is what, you know what, in my opinion, and those I've showed this to, that's what everyone comments on. When I tell them, hey, this is an elderberry beer, we have labels for all we have names for all the beer. And this beer is called, after the book, The World Needs More Purple People. And so, yeah.
Interesting.
Purple identifies, which I don't want to get into that, but it's a curiosity.
The purple people.
Yeah.
The
So
curiosity.
the idea of, I think it was for a kid's book. The World Needs More Purple People, and with the idea that kids should be creative and curious and inquisitive and seeking. And so this is Purple People IPA, which is a mouthful in itself. But the idea being that, we went out on a limb to create this to see if we could actually do it. And so the world definitely needs more purple people. And this is how we're going to do it. We're going to make them drink this beer, and tomorrow you will be magically more... No, I'm kidding. You're already creative enough.
What was the name of the first one?
Dogma IPA.
Dogma?
Yeah, dog as in dogma, like a mother to dogs.
Oh, okay.
The idea being that if you can't share a beer with your friends and connect over a beer, which is what we feel strongly about, you can at least have a beer with your best friend, which was a dog, and I've got two of them, so very blessed that way.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. I guess it's like funny how the process of like naming your creation.
Yeah, the first beer that came out was that I made was an IPA, and I really liked it. And everybody I give it to. It's interesting when people taste your beer that you made. I think their automatic thing is like, oh, that's really good. You should make that again. I really like that, which is hard to tell. Like are they just pumping your tires, or they actually like it? Because it's your friend. You're trying to be encouraging and all the things. Yeah. It's rare that people are going to be like, you know what? You really need to work on this. But the first beer I came out with that I made was an IPA, and I had to come up with a name. And a friend of mine who actually just lives his life amazingly. He's a big-time mountain biker. And so in mountain biking, there's a term that when you face plant and knock yourself out cold, going over the bars, that's called a dirt nap. So I asked him, hey, Brian, what do you think? You got a name in mind for this IPA? He said, oh, perfect. Just call it Dirt Nap. And he sent me this picture of a mountain biker face planting in the ground, and it said Dirt Nap on the top, and then underneath on the bottom it said, I've got this. So it worked really well with the whole concept of doing something that you love to do, and that you could end up face down taking a bit of a dirt nap.
Interesting.
Yeah. I don't have any
That's
of that tonight, but when it's batched again, I'll get you back, and you can hopefully don't take a dirt nap. You've had some mountain biking experience. In fact, that's what brought you to me.
True.
That was. Are we allowed to talk about that? Are you okay if we talk? Yeah. Because that's
no, it's not the first time.
I think
I
it
came
was.
to you before
No,
for
I
my
think
leg.
it was you were biking at Solar Star.
I came for you for at least like for three different issues. The first one was when I fucked my knee because I was doing that thing where like the Bruce Lee thing or whatever, like the martial thing, when you're on your back and you make some kind of wave, you kick and you get back on your leg.
Oh yeah.
So I was doing this.
Can you do that?
I couldn't do
You
it
could?
right now, but I could. Yeah.
Was it hard? Like
I like trained it for like a few days, and then I was able
A
to
few
do it.
days? Fuck off. Come on.
It's all technique. It's all like having like being able to create like that
You're totally
that force by just like extending your hips and kicking your legs, and then getting your. It's literally exactly like the same process, almost like of the same principle of a bar muscle up, by example. But anyway, I did this and I hit the ground with my heel and my leg extended, and my knee went the other way, which fucked me. And like this was the first thing I came to you, because this was 2019 in the first fall, and
job security for me. Yeah.
that's the first time I came to you.
Yeah.
The mountain biking experience is because I couldn't raise my head. So what happened is that I spent the day like this, and I was like that. I couldn't raise my head.
Because you have a full helmet, full face helmet on as well.
And I was like,
and
for like a week almost, I couldn't fucking raise my head, and I was like,
yeah.
So this another time, and I came to you for another thing as well, like a third thing. I came at least like two to three times, and then but the first time I came, which I greatly appreciated, is like you took me in without charging me anything.
Oh, wait a minute.
I don't know if we can
talk about that.
No, but it's because you had.
I think because
I can cut it out.
Just to give some context to that. No, you don't have to cut it out. I think what you were doing at the time as a trainer. When I was in Toronto going to school, I was a trainer, and man, life is not easy as a trainer. I know that story, and you don't have access to the people you need the most, which in my opinion is body mechanics. Basically, you need a good body mechanic, human body mechanic, and as a trainer, you're not afforded that opportunity, and yet you're the one who matters most in my world for the patients that I see, because I can't spend that time with them, and nor do I have your type of knowledge of how load matters. I have it from an injury perspective, but I don't have it from I have it from a performance perspective, because I did that, but not to that level. And so I always thought that coming up, there was one chiropractor in Toronto that was always willing to help and always knowledgeable and just always willing to share with me as a trainer. And the best way to learn, I think, in my opinion, is by doing. And so for you to see me work on you, how much confidence does that instill in the person that gets injured doing XYZ of things? You know, that just seems like a good fit. And why would I try to profit off of someone who's going to help me grow immensely in my business? And you're probably, I would say, the least likely to get injured because you were training at such a high level. Injuries happen, no question about it. But if that's your world, and you're loading your connective tissues and muscle tissues and everything on a regular basis, it's less likely to happen. It's when you overload it. And so learning to do the Bruce Lee thing, which the name escapes me what that move is, but it's incredible. You're just asking your body to do things it's not ready to do. And so inevitably you're going to end up loading tissue in an not improper, but overloading tissue. And so, man, why would I want to remove the go-between of all these people I'm seeing? I wish there was more chance to connect with trainers, because you guys, man, you have this world where people pay you to push them. That is a beautiful thing. Imagine going to see the chiropractor, and he or she is like, all right, well, we're going to do as many reps as possible, and you're like, wait a minute, I can't hold my neck up. What do you want me to do? And yet you guys do it. It's incredible, right?
Yeah.
I think it's knowing what to get out of the person in front of you. That's your job, right? When you were a trainer, your job was to see what someone could do before they could, and push them to that.
Mm-hmm.
And from the patients that I see, everyone needs a trainer. No one's that good.
Yeah.
No one. You look at the highest level of athletes, which I've worked with. They all have trainers.
Yeah.
Because they recognize that that's not their world. It's not their thing. They need someone to show them what their potential is in a squat or a deadlift or whatever you want to call it. Whatever you want to do, whatever human invention of movement you can come up with, you need someone to help you who's been there before and done it. And that's where I thought, oh, okay, this is a good opportunity. That's a good business opportunity too to grow my practice.
Yeah.
And I just saw trainers as a way, at least to crack the door open of, like, hey, I'm going to see all these patients that you're going to see too, and it helps your business to keep them in your world, not mine. I just thought it was a natural fit.
Yeah. It's just an extremely smart thing to do, because it's the thing is also when you can, right? Because I believe any kind of work is supposed to deserve salary, but in this configuration, when you can afford it to not be paid by that thing, the impact was insane. Because first of all, I arrived here, I had like nothing in this first year. Financially was pretty rough.
Right. Yeah.
I couldn't even I wouldn't have come if I had to pay it, but to be honest, so like this gesture from you did not make your business go under, but for me it was massive help. And then I remember, and then it's extremely likely, and it's 100% that if then in that point somebody will ask me like, oh, I need a chiropractor, I'll say like, go to that person because of this. And I mean, then also because of how good you are in the thing, and if it would have been terrible, maybe I would have been, oh, maybe that's why he didn't make me pay.
Just don't ask for his beer.
But sometimes like it's that same thing we're talking about, like this the fucking money, man. Like the money is what drives everything. But sometimes like have the openness to bet on something, and a little gesture, which might seems like a short term, I'll lose whatever is the rate for one thing on a short term, but on a long term, I create this relationship, I create this contact, this trust, I do that act that, and I will get, you'll get back, you'll benefit back from that in other ways, right? And I don't know if you did, but you might have.
I would say that trust is the greatest monetary payment.
Yeah.
To have someone's trust, and especially in business, especially in the where we live, in a town of 45,000 people, you know that people will pay you for a service that they value if they trust you.
Yeah.
And what I find in practice is that a lot of times people are a slave to the benefits plan that they have, or some source of income that's not actually theirs. Unless they really have a good trust and a good relationship with who you are, because you're offering a service. Me as a chiropractor, I'm offering a service, and you trust that I'm going to do my best to help you move better, or move easier, or move with less pain, or whatever you want to call it. People will pay for that.
Yeah.
And doesn't have to be monetary, right? You've paid me back so many times in ways that, man, I can't even, like, just you sitting here trying my beer is payback. Like, just humor me. That's payment enough. The world operates on money, and I have debt, and just like, student debt is huge for a chiropractor, and all the things. But that pales in comparison to the trust that I built from day one for a person I want to see for their entire life. that's just meaningless, right?
Yeah.
I want to see you go from, man, I've seen you go through so many changes too. It's so impressive. Just let's just stop there, and we don't have to stop recording. But man, I have from that time you came in with the knee thing. We don't even talk about that anymore. You know, we talk about some deep shit, and it's always interesting to hear your perspective, and that's what I love about the connection that I get with patients. Everyone's different. They're going to have a different process and a different life, and yeah, sometimes it's going to hurt. Sometimes it's going to be shitty, but man, if I had to pay to, or sorry, if I should say, if I had to get paid to listen to everyone's story, I don't know, it wouldn't be as cool. People do pay me because they value my knowledge and my expertise and my background. But it's one of those things that I just love to hear. Would I do it for free? Probably not, but that's not because I don't want to. It's because we live in a world where, you know, you got to pay for shit.
Yeah.
You got to pay for mountain biking. You got to pay for beer.
Exactly.
So if my expertise and knowledge helps you in some way, and that builds a lasting trust relationship, like the reason why we're doing this podcast is because I trust you, and I want to be part of what you're doing, and I want to help you grow, and I find you incredibly interesting, and that's something that, you know, you can't buy that.
No, yeah.
No. I mean, you can, but it's probably not going to be that great.
Yeah.
It's overvalued. And so I just appreciate that you would even, you know, I think I'm trying to remember back to how we even, like even before the backflip thing,
We may have
Deanna was
crossed.
trying to connect us because you just started training, and
Actually, the first time I saw you was in a video where you were partnering with CrossFit Vernon, saying that you were just like, I don't know, you were promoting some kind of thing, or like offering.
yeah, that's what it was. Yeah,
things.
it was every year for the Open, I wouldn't charge athletes who were registered for the Open to come and see me.
Yeah.
Or I would go to the gym. I would offer treatments at the gym, and because I just think that the last thing you need to worry about when you're preparing for something like that is that your back is stiff or creaky or cranky or whatever you want to call it. It was an easy, you know, people would say, "Oh, you're just trying to market," and no, I'm trying to connect.
Yeah, and I mean, it's fine. It can be part of it. It's also smart. Like, the thing is, as if it's wrong to market yourself. This is also a stupid idea. How do we do then? How people know what we do? Like, it's you need to market yourself. And the thing is, there are plenty of different ways to market yourself. Not just like running a fucking ad with, "Hey, I sell this, come buy it." Plenty of things that are indirect marketing that are way more smart, because not only you do marketing for yourself, which we all need to do, but on the top of this, you do a kind gesture and something important for others. And so, like, if you can do marketing within the same time doing something good, like, fuck yeah, we're gonna do this, instead of just like doing my advertisement and just like show, like, if you can do this, the people that are gonna criticize this, I'm gonna tell you who they are. They are the one that they don't want to leave that to then grab this. They don't want to let that little free thing, using your time and expertise for free, they don't want to give away that value. And so they're going to critique yourself and saying like, "Oh, if you do this, it's just for marketing." Like, fuck. Hey, of course it's going to have like a marketing aspect, but it's what you do, and you're on the same time giving a little bit away of value. Like, I'm a big believer in giving away small little bits that it's not gonna, if you can, right? Because some people can't, and that's fine. But if you can, leaving little crumbs or like leaving pieces of value away for free, and this is what the social media are for, I believe, it will come back to you.
Well, in different ways. You know, you say such an important thing there, value, and I just, in my opinion, hard to find. There's nothing for free.
True. Yeah.
And there has to be some value attached to it. And for me, in my profession, the value comes from the experience. And, you know, incredibly enough, I was naive to think that everyone should sign up for this. And yet they didn't. About all the athletes who registered for the CrossFit Opens from that gym, maybe 10% came to see me.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And at no cost to them, monetary cost. And I think that's because people have someone that they trust already.
Mm-hmm.
Who is this guy? They don't know me from a hole in the wall, which I'm totally understanding of, because I'm the same way. But B, when you offer something for free, even if it's a tidbit, the value goes down considerably. And had I said, hey, I'm going to do these treatments or whatever, and I'm going to charge you $40 for the treatment, and it has to be in cash, and proposition some kind of exchange there, people already have a value associated with that regardless of the outcome. And, you know, there's something to be said for that. So nothing is for free. If you're not selling a product, you are the product.
Yeah.
And the same goes for buying something, you know. If someone's offering you something for free, chances are you're the product.
Mm.
And they're gaining that from you. Nothing is for free. The information that you exchange online now is not free. There's always a value attached to that to someone or something. Some company is gaining from that. And that's important to recognize, because I think that value is important.
Yeah.
If I said it costs, if I told you all of my experiences with sports teams and events and all the things and the resume and all the bullshit, you know, like that, all that stuff, you looked at that and you, wow. And then I charged you $5 a treatment, you'd be like, well, I think there's a bit of a disconnect here.
Yeah.
Versus if I said, no, the average going rate in Vernon is $60 for this treatment. I'm going to charge you $100. Without even seeing me, you would have this expectation that, oh, this dude must know his shit. And that might not even be the case.
Yeah.
I know lots of high-level chiropractors at the professional level of sports teams who are terrible. And it's just how you proposition it. And man, I like my little place in Vernon where I get to see the whole gamut of people. And you know, I used to be in that world where professional athletes value your service or don't value your service. You know, they might not. They might expect a lot of things of you. And so in this town anyway, in Vernon, I feel very valued. And those connections that we make, regardless of what you pay for it, man, there's so much. Because I've worked in Toronto and these places, and it's not that they don't happen there. They're just not like this. Small town feel. You know, it's just different. I like it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the community aspect of
the connection. Totally.
Yeah. Can you give names of these bad chiropractors that you know?
I can.
I'm just
Yeah,
kidding.
totally. Their names are, and I'm looking right at you. No,
Well,
I wouldn't do that.
so-
And by bad, I just mean.
No, I'm just kidding. man.
No, I'm serious.
Yeah.
When I say bad, I mean that they see it more from the business side of things than the I want to help you side of things. And that's not, you know, bad is not the right word. It's just a different way of looking at it. And
Yeah.
man, I didn't get into this profession I'd make all the money.
Mm.
And shame on me if I did, you know, because that's not what happens.
Yeah.
It's not, you know, if your outcome is, I need to see you, and I'm probably going to ruffle some feathers here, but if I need to see you 3 times a week for the next 6 months at $65 a visit, and your benefits are only going to cover the first 4 weeks if you have them, what am I really doing there?
No, it's fine. It's just this one.
Are we going to blow up?
No, it's just this one.
What am I
Yeah.
really trying to say there? Because what I really should be saying is, what is the best way to make you move more efficiently or easier? What's going to make you go for a walk today? Because those are the people that I see. And if I don't even get past the first appointment, and I'm telling you, you need 24 more appointments to feel good, what the fuck am I doing there? That's business. That's not trying to help people move better for their entire life. And there's lots of chiropractors and people, patients, that's what they want. And thankfully, you know, I don't see a lot of those people. I take my time to kind of educate, and I spend more of my time educating more than treatment. Treatment is pretty short. But it's like my accountant says. He says, Steve, the way you practice, you're going to need to see 4 times as many patients as the average chiropractor, because you're going to get people better and they're going to leave. And I was like, yeah, that's probably true. The nice part about that now, in hindsight, is that when you build that trust level with them, that you help them in that moment, like your knee, man, they come back. And you don't necessarily have to come back with an injury. You just come back because you feel ease of movement after seeing a chiropractor or whatever. That's a far better place to be than the bad, I shouldn't say bad, but the different ones, the different kind of chiropractor. Yeah. And their names are, God, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I would like to say their names.
No, we can't. I'm going to have troubles after.
Yeah. And it's not even bad. It's just different.
It's
because some people want that. Some
Oh,
people don't want me to educate them on how to move. Take your walking and stuff it. That's not what I want. I'm here for the crack. And that's fine, but I don't think that's gonna help your life. You know, if we're gonna if we're gonna trust each other, and I'm gonna trust you to have my best interest at your heart, not at your pocketbook. I don't know, man. It's just more complicated than just, just lie on the table here and just let me push on your back and get a few pops out of your back, and you'll pay me how much for that? Well, it's more complicated than that. And that's what I see now, especially after COVID, and people are just fried, man. They're so, you think that your back pain is the challenge, you think that the knee pain that you've had, or the neck pain that you've had since that car accident in 2008 is the real crux of your problem? No, man. It's you're you know, what happened during COVID was based on shame and fear. And that manifests itself in the human body, for sure it does. I'm willing to put my educational and experiential knowledge behind me and say that if you think that your daily shitstorm of chaos and stress doesn't impact your neck, you're totally wrong. It's the other way around, you know. Like the amount of people I see nowadays that are just, their central nervous system is just completely fried. And it shows up as back pain as one of the first it's like the leading cause of disability in the world now. One of the top 3. These people are in pain, and they point to their back or their neck. Like that's where it shows up, but it's a little bit more complicated so that's why I think like chiropractic is hopefully come a long way in realizing that it's not just the almighty adjustment, although people hang on to that and people seek that because it's a quick relief, short-term relief for something that's a bigger problem. Yeah.
So how is how long has it been that you're a chiropractor, that you started, like?
You mean how long have I been?
Years fully that you've been doing this?
Since 2011, so 12 years.
12 years.
Yeah.
So what would you say is like the most? Do you have like a specific issue that stands out, like something that is the most recurrent of an issue that people have, like, or like a specific, what would be like the most common issue that people came to you to fix?
I think chiropractors are known for their ability to help with neck pain, back pain, headaches. That's I could simplify it even more and say usually the people I see are people that overloaded themselves, whether it's yard work, office work, whatever. It's usually some kind of repetitive chronic strain that manifests itself in inflammation in and around a certain area. Chiropractors in general, I would say neck pain and back pain are the top 2. But in my practice, having a sort of a weekend warrior focus and Vernon being a very active community, sky's the limit. I can see fractured ankles and just all kinds of weird shit. I mean, when I see those things, obviously I refer out. But they come in saying, hey, what do you think of this? Well, I don't think that looks too good, but being in a small town, you're going to see that. But I think, the majority of people I see are they just overdid it. Most people, there's traumatic stuff, like say, for example, the mountain biking neck thing. That's because you're not used to doing that. And had you gone back more and more, you wouldn't have that issue. So there's a type of patient that is trying something new for the first time, like running, for example. And people are just ambitious, they want to get to it, and they don't want to do the leg work for running. They want it now. They want to be able to run 10K. Or they used to be able to run 10K, but it's been 20 years and now they think they should be able to run 10K. So that's good job, security. But then there's the people who just kind of chronically stressed and chronically overloaded. This is so common these days. And it doesn't matter. It'll show up as elbow pain or weird unexplainable pain. Is usually because you're going through something that your central nervous system's like, wow, we can't handle this. So it shows up as weird, unexplainable, almost seems non-mechanical. Mechanical meaning when I move my wrist hurts. And that's usually from a load, like you overloaded your wrist. But then there's people come in and say, I didn't do anything to my wrist. I haven't been doing anything for a long time, and now it's supremely painful and inflamed. How do you explain that? That's the majority of people I see.
That's interesting what you're saying with the nervous system. I recently heard a guy saying what is the definition of success, and his definition of success was a calm nervous system.
Impossible.
Or a a properly regulated nervous system?
Hard to define.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we hear a lot this thing of like people where you have, because the thing is, right, the basis of things is that we're a species that we're gonna have a stressful event, and this is the way we survived. We have this adaptation where we have a peak of stress, and then there's gonna be all kind of response in the body to make you be able to survive that stress. If it was a tiger that is going to attack you, that makes you survive, and we're made to have like this peak of stress to respond, and we have that physiologic response because of this event, but we're made to, right after this, being able to get back to the how would you call it, the homeostasis or the base state. And we hear a lot today that people are stuck in that fight or flight mode where you're consistently stressed. Is it something that you can tell me if what I'm saying is not you don't think it's the case?
No, I think you're I think you're.
But so I think that thing of like it's if today you're able to do things or to find ways to be able to have like this jungling between this high alert state and this getting back to baseline. And we hear that a lot today. It's a thing that like people like, because stress it's something that if you don't learn to manage it, you can't even like lost touch with even like feeling that you have like chronic stress or be able to do something about it, and you're stuck in this in all this mechanism, in all this state. So is this related to what you're saying, in the sense that an overload or something that triggers one side of your nervous system that is going to have like this reaction, and that can translate into physical pain or tension? Is it like related to how the individual is able to manage and regulate these two, sympathetic, parasympathetic?
Yeah, I think that's a very thoughtful question, and to have the answer to that is I don't know. I don't think I have the answer to that. I think what I would say in my practice, what I see is those who seek out what you're talking about, i.e. Intentional stress, is a very different response to those who are just generally stressed. So any patient of mine that looks for ways to make themselves push their own comfort zone or be comfortable in the uncomfortable, I think they do better. And that's to say that it's a different kind of stress. There's adaptation to intentional stress, for sure. But that is to say that we don't give the human body enough credit, or the central nervous system. We don't give the central nervous system enough credit for the management that it does, regulating or dysregulating, as the case might be, whatever you want to throw at it. Like, I have seen people go through some heinous shit in their life, and they get spit out the other side, and they're a wreck, but they're not broken. They're just going through it. And so I think, there's obviously a massive interplay between parasympathetic and sympathetic fight or flight versus relaxation. And you ought to respect that of yourself, that you will be stressed. You will go into the sympathetic state, and there will be an influx of chemical synapses after that happens. Anybody who's ever been in a car accident will tell you that. They didn't feel anything. In fact, they felt jacked or that adrenaline boost, and then they were completely fatigued for a month after in adrenal fatigue. You have to respect that, because that doesn't matter who you are. You can enter into that state. I think that the more you play around with that system, having a lot of respect for it, the more you interplay with that, you probably getting closer to being more capable of handling the shit when it hits the fan. If you've never intentionally pushed yourself into the sympathetic response, then you're probably not going to deal well when it does happen. And I see that in my patients. The ones, we've talked already about fear. That's pain and fear are, brothers and sisters. They know each other very well. And pain is not explained all the time by structures. Like inflammatory response is not easily explained. I should say that pain is not always necessarily connected to an inflammatory response. An inflammatory response is like a distant cousin to pain, I guess. And however, fear and pain, when people are in pain, they are totally afraid to move. No, I shouldn't say totally. That's not, not everyone's like that. But there's a lot of people out there that walking on eggshells because they've had back pain from 1980. And it goes the other way too. So being in fear, having a lot of fear, can amp up the pain. Just go back to the first cold dip you did. That was painful, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Probably because you didn't know what to expect. And you were fearful of the unknown, so therefore the senses are heightened. And in that moment it felt more painful. And then you could argue that as you do more of it, doesn't matter if it's cold dips or CrossFit or anything, your body adapts to that stress. But I would back it up more so to say that it was an intentional thing. It's when it's unintentional and it gets attached to pain, that's when that becomes very debilitating. And a car accident, a motor vehicle accident is the prime example. You did not leave your house today thinking you were going to be in a car accident. You leave the house to go to the gym. You leave the house to go to a cold dip. You prepare for these things mentally. You weren't expecting that person to hit you from behind. So when that happens and the tissue gets overloaded and you become inflamed, now the pain is much higher or much greater than a structural tissue response should be. And that's a vicious place to be, because it will cripple you. With all respect to the word cripple, it will debilitate you and cripple you for a long time, because you've attached that pain to something far more meaningful, and that was the unexpected. You didn't expect that to happen. And so when that shit happens, that is bad news. And it's tough for anyone, doesn't matter who you are. Versus the intentional pain, the one that you seek out, the one you know very full well that a tough workout is not going to feel good. I just think people do better. And that's not to say that I haven't seen some amazing athletes get in unexpected car accident and have some vicious pain. Pain is a real, it's a real shitstorm.
Interesting. Is it like, so there's like a correlation with, the response would be also different if it's unexpected than if it's expected. So that's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, yeah. If you know that what you're about to do is going to be very uncomfortable, there's a level of control or lack thereof that you're expecting.
But does it actually change the pain?
I think so. I think so. Personally, in my practice, the people who are intentional about making themselves uncomfortable for the purpose to benefit, You know, think about a bicep curl. What a crazy fucking invention this is. Like, who thought this one up? You know, and you're gonna do this so many times that it's actually gonna be structurally painful, and there's gonna be inflammation around there and all the things. But you're okay with that because you did it. Now, think about somebody grabbing your arm and trying to rip it out of trying to bend it the other way.
Yeah.
Right? You weren't expecting that. And then pain happens because of inflammation, tissue tears, just the same way multiple rounds of bicep curls if you did that kind of thing. The same thing would happen, but your intention was different. You weren't expecting that. And I'll give you an example. Let's say we're doing this podcast and out of nowhere, the police arrive. It's very dark beyond the lights here. We can't see them. One of them grabs your arm and throws it behind your back unexpectedly to you. And so that has fear attached to it, some unexpected outcome. You didn't see that one coming. And it's attached to pain. Totally different from you doing this lame-ass bicep curl.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's intentional. Like there's an unpredictability to it that will give you more pain, in my opinion, than just doing a bicep curl, which is a terrible example.
I like this.
People still do bicep curls?
Yeah, it's actually a pretty.
Why is it called a bicep curl? Like, what is your
know,
bicep's
like
not curling?
Curl. I guess
it's a flexion of the elbow.
I guess it's the trajectory
like same with
the weight, right?
Same with what is this called? Where you put tricep
Extension.
Extension. The tricep is not extending. Your elbow's extending.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I digress.
But this is interesting. Could it be because we start having a response from our nervous system because we start imagining that we're going to have the pain, so we start having this maybe a heavier breath, maybe our heart rate that is going up already, whether that if we don't know it's 0 to 100 like that, and is more shock. Could it be something like this?
Yeah, I totally think that's what you hit the nail on the head there. When you think about the last time somebody like jumped around a corner and surprised you,
Yeah.
right? That gets you going.
A long time ago.
It's fun to do, but not fun to receive.
Yeah.
Now, take that experience because you just drew it up in your head like instantly. Like your mind just went to that memory like that, and you remembered that, right? Now imagine you were to hit your head in that moment, and you gave yourself a concussion or something. I don't know, something like that. Imagine how vicious that memory would be. That could actually cause pain. That's a somatic response, and that's man, that's complicated. And the sad part about that is it's so painful for so long for so many people that pain starts to define who they are, and the pain starts to be in the driver's seat of your life. Like, oh, I can't I don't know, I can't go get groceries today because I'm in too much pain. Imagine being in that state. Oof. Man, that is not a good place to be. It's not likely that the structures won't let you go grocery shopping. It's your mind. It's the central nervous system wiring to pain. So basically, when you move a joint, you have nerve receptors in there called mechanoreceptors, and they sense mechanical movement. And if the signal from that mechanoreceptor is interpreted by the central nervous system as pain, that becomes a nociceptor. So every time it fires, all it sends the signal is, that's painful, that's painful, that's painful, that's painful. And imagine living that life. Every time you mechanically moved, the structures are fine now. The injury has happened, the tissue has scarred down, whatever you want to say. But the signal is interpreted as pain. How on earth would you ever live, how would you get past that? You would need to rewire the system intentionally, or I don't want to say rewire because that's not what happens. You need to almost like get out of your head. And that's where these interventions come in. Like, to me, training, workouts, cold dips, it gets you out of your head. And it gives the central nervous system something different to think about. I think acupuncture is great for that. I think acupuncture reaches a tissue level that as a chiropractor I can't get to that depth, where the nerve actually innervates the muscle, and it creates a different kind of stimulus that the central nervous system, in that moment of having the needle placed into a trigger point, or whatever you want to call it, it has to respond. It has to respond to that mini stimulus and say, what the fuck just happened there? We've only had the signal of pain from that area for a long time, and now we've got to respond to something different. That's where chiropractors, acupuncturists, anybody who practices a hands-on therapy can create a deformation in the tissue that will create a signal response. And that is very short-lived. Like, maybe, I don't know, whatever you're going to come up with, maybe a day of, I don't know, that's probably no science behind that, but what I see in practice is, if I can create some change in the tissue or the joint, then I can create some ease of movement for you. And in that 3 or 4 days, whether it's easier for you to move because the tissue is more pliable or the joint's more viscous and more fluid, then perhaps you can go for a walk and pattern some movement that your central nervous system hasn't experienced for a long time because it's interpreted as pain. And that doesn't matter what kind of manual therapy you practice. That's what you should aim for, in my opinion. I'll give you 3 or 4 days of easier movement. You go and pattern some movement that actually helps your central nervous system, not hurts it. And that's all to say that you have a mindset that you actually want to get better.
Right.
This is something I've been thinking a lot about lately as a chiropractor. Do people actually want to get better? Or maybe better is not the right word, but do people actually want to feel like they're living their best version? Because I think that there's a lot of people out there that want to look the part, but when it gets down to actually making serious change and looking at yourself in the mirror going, I can't do that anymore, I need to change. That's a lot of people don't want to. They would rather rely on a therapist, whether it's chiropractic or otherwise, to do it for them, which is just false advertising. Nobody's going to fix you. You're not broken. You don't need fixing. You need facilitating, someone to kind of help you understand, okay, maybe you can't do backflips today, but I can make it a little easier for your body to at least practice that. That's all it is. I don't know. To me, that's just so simple. And I can convince many people of things that they used to do that they can't anymore because they're in pain all the time. Man, if I could just change that intervention a little bit and have less pain in that person, they'd be willing to at least try walking. I think walking is, man, if you can't walk, you're in a bad place.
Yeah. Unless you have no legs.
Then that's a good point. I never thought of it from that angle.
But yeah.
I'm sure that if you ask somebody with no legs, they would tell you that they can walk just fine. Because that's what they learned. If they had to deal with it halfway through their life, then they reinvent the wheel, and they say, "Well, I don't walk anymore. I roll or whatever."
Do something else that has the same.
I love that about those things where somebody loses a limb and they actually get better at whatever they were doing. And with the way we think about it is, you need all 4 limbs. You need all 5 or 6 or I don't know how many senses there are now. You need all those things to operate in society. Well, actually, there's this thing called the Special Olympics where these high-level athletes have adapted to their thing and are now incredible at the sport that they were doing their whole life. I mean, that's adaptation. And yet we look at that and go, oh, we better call that the Special Olympics. No, that's just adaptation. Take that as something to aim at for your life. The next time you have back pain or neck pain, man, just adapt. You're so adaptable. Your body will figure it out if you give it a chance and you tone down the pain a little bit. You're capable.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a long one.
Yeah, but that's the point of the problem is today we because the way your solution is like that, it requires work, it requires effort, and
totally investment. Yeah,
and the problem is that today it's a lot like take that pill, and by magic, not magic, but and then quick, or it's always about like today when you give the opportunity to people to have like this alternative of like just like take that quick and easy band-aid that doesn't require anything. It's very detrimental what we do with this, because then why would I get in this fucking cold water to get dopamine where I can just like get it from something else that doesn't require all that pain.
Totally. And
But
I mean, I got, for me, I don't like to pick on medicine because I see that there's a huge value in it. But since we're talking about it, I like to use air conditioning as an example, because everybody relates to air conditioning, especially in the Okanagan. How quickly do you turn on the AC in the summertime? And conversely, how quickly do you turn on the heat in the wintertime? Because I think it matters. Like if that's your go-to, if you're going to rely on a switch for your comfort, man, you're going to be complaining when it's not available.
Yeah.
And this same applies to medicine interventions. Certainly medicine does a good job at saving lives. There's no question about that.
Yeah.
But they don't have a good success rate at chronic ailments. And chronic ailments are something that did not develop like a light switch. Chronic ailments are something that happened long time passing of someone treating themselves poorly. And there is no medication in the world that will help with chronic ailments. Just nothing. There's stuff that will save your life and will slow the process down, but there's nothing, to my knowledge, that will fix a chronic ailment. Like, that's up to you. And if you've been relying on a life-saving medication to fix a chronic ailment, you're going to be disappointed, because it's acute. It's in the moment. They when you're dying instantly, they have really good fixes for that. It's diabetes and chronic heart disease, and they just don't have good fixes for that. Medicine, interventional medicine. I should preface that by saying, because medicine in itself is quite helpful, but not for chronic stuff. I haven't seen any real success with chronic stuff. Chronic's got to come from within, and so I dare say that if you're that quick to turn the air conditioning on, if you're that reliant on it, when you don't have it, when it's taken away from you, you're gonna suffer. Yeah. And I mean, I see these people in the spring. It's the Canadian way, man. It's in the spring, it's 10 degrees outside, and they're wearing flip-flops, shorts, and a t-shirt. So, oh my God, summer's here. It's so warm outside. And then in the fall, the same people, it's 10 degrees outside, they're wearing a fucking parka and toque. Oh my God, it's so cold. I gotta go to Mexico. I can't live here. How adaptable is that?
Yeah.
And if you apply that to a pain paradigm, yeah, there's a lot of people in pain out there because they're not willing to be adaptable, intentionally adaptable. Some shit, shit's going to happen. You try things that you've never tried before, yeah, your body will probably, it's inflammation, it's going to happen. But if it's chronic, that's on you, which is a tough thing to say because it's so debilitating and painful. I just think it's sad to watch people go through it. It defines them. It becomes them.
Yeah.
So your neck pain over 20 years defines everything you do. Imagine being in that place, and that's a real world for a lot of people. It's and I see it, and I want to help as much as I can, but it has to come from, the real change only comes from within.
Yeah. I think it's one of the biggest dark side of the modern society is that the lack of adaptability, or not necessarily the lack of but we give too much of the. It's right, like we have the AC, so why wouldn't people use it to their comfort, right? Like it's what it takes you to intentionally today remove comfort. It's pretty big, because the first question would be like, why the fuck would I do this, and why would I? When is it going to be that I won't have this AC? Because I will always have AC. So why would I do that? And like you kind of need to have this this mindset of it's not necessarily an integrity things, but it's just like in my personal experience, it's more like I want to be able to know that I can do without this thing, that I'm capable of doing this, that I'm capable of enduring this, that I'm capable of all that things, because I truly believe that this in my subconscious, it's anchored and it's reducing my threshold of stress. Like I know right now, if I fall in the winter in the fucking lake, I couldn't give a shit, because I know I can do it, and I do it. I know that I can't spend 3 days without eating, but because I've already done like a 3 days fast. I know I can get lost in another fucking country by myself because I've done it. I know I can run a business because I'm doing it. I know all these things. I know I can, it's all because, not because, oh, you do this and like for your own ego or your own pride. It's just because it makes me feel fucking relaxed and not fearful and not like, on defense. It's again that thing of nervous system. I feel like all these things, it creates that safety, that peace, because you go out there looking for all these things and you fight them, and so all so you can like. And yeah, I truly believe it just like give you more peace, and therefore your well-being, your wellness is totally increased, and it's explainable with the chemicals that are happening in your brain, but it's also, I don't know, I like to think that there's a mystical aspect of it, even though it's probably just all science, but it's really, because people would ask like that, like why would I stop doing this, stop putting my AC on, because I know I'll always have it. But knowing, but unconsciously, I bet in their mind, they're like this fear, where's the AC? That is following you just behind. Where's the AC? I'm going somewhere. Am I going to have the AC? Am I going to have this type of food? Am I going to eat enough? Is the water's going to be too cold? And this is always in the back. But when you do all these things, it's in your back of your head. We don't give a fuck about this. I don't care, because I know I can. Not because, oh, look at me, I can't. Don't give a fuck about it. But in my mind, it's like, I'm good,
Oh man, I did not think we were going to talk about this. I thought we were going to have beer.
I think it's going to be the third one, no?
Yes, and
If you
hopefully the sprinklers. What time is it? There
Oh,
are grass sprinklers out
shit.
here.
Is there a sprinkler
yeah,
going on?
Yeah, totally.
Really?
Not right now, but soon.
You better.
Yeah. Well, just one thing about what you're talking about.
Yeah.
What you said, you're so passionate. You said, "I know I can do these things," right? And I would just add to that to say you are willing to do those things, knowing that you don't know the outcome. You may get lost. You may fall through the ice. You may not eat for 3 days. You can choose to do that, of course, but you're not guaranteed of the outcome. You do not know every time you go and do those things, you do not know what the outcome is going to be. And so I think what you're saying, which I think is beautiful, and is that you live in the process, not the outcome. You don't live based on the outcome. If you did that, then you would never try those things, because the outcome might be death or pain or suffering. You know, if you turn on the AC, if you turn off the AC and it's 40 degrees outside, there's a pretty good fucking chance you're going to suffer, and you might even die. And a lot of people do, sadly, seniors. But the point I'm trying to make is that you would never live your life guaranteed of an outcome. You would live it as a process of, I did the thing, I survived, and so I would be willing to try it again. You get lost in a country you don't know anything about, or you fall through the ice. There are no guarantees in life. You do not know the outcome, but you say that you can do it, and you say it passionately because you tried, and even if you failed, you still could live another day to try it again and again and again. There's a process to that is far more important and deep and meaningful and soulful and passionate than ever knowing the outcome. And if I ever did anything in my life saying, I know I have a guarantee on this outcome, it probably wouldn't be that fun or cool or whatever. It wouldn't be worth talking about. It's the things you do that you are not guaranteed of an outcome that's going to go your way. Those are the special things. You should pay close attention when you're in those moments, because man, oh man, even if it's painful, you're going to learn so much about your internal compass and who you are as an actual person, not defined by pain or suffering or anything else. You're going to be in the process, not the outcome. And you're willing to do it again, but even if you failed, you're more of a process-oriented guy, and we all need to see that and appreciate that and live that kind of life than being outcome-driven on, yes, this didn't feel good, or it felt bad, or what, I don't care, whatever you attach to it. If you're an outcome-based person, you're probably not going to have a good ride. You probably talk a lot about hindsight. I should have done this, or I should have done that. And then when it's that moment in time when you have to leave this planet, if you're an outcome-based person, I should have done that. No, shouldn't have. Your process. Think about what you did do and the shit that you tried. Like those moments where you're like, oh, I didn't see that coming. Like, imagine the fucking sprinklers turned on right now and all this fancy equipment would be soaking wet. That would not be good.
But
no buts. No, there's no buts. That would be terrible. So we will pour another beer, and probably what do we do?
At what time?
I don't know.
But it's gonna be.
Oh yeah. Well,
it's
like death. It's inevitable,
some
man. The
kind of
sprinklers
idea?
are going to come on anytime now.
But it could be any time now.
So we should move.
My favorite, the dark ones.
Yeah. So this one is called North of the Porter. It's a porter, and porters are very dark in nature, and mostly a sort of a winter beer, different from a stout. I find not quite as heavy. So this was fashioned after Crannog Ale's Backhand of God. It's not quite, obviously it's not going to compete with Backhand of God. It's a really good beer, but it's got its definitely tones, and it's the lightest beer that I have, because the grains weren't cracked through the mill, so we didn't get we didn't get as much sugar in the process. So when you don't have enough sugar to start with, then you're not making alcohol. So this is kind of like the Safeway variety where you can get O'Douls, and so this is good to save for last because it's about 3.5% alcohol, but it still has some good flavor to it.
It looks like a Guinness almost.
Mm-hmm. And very different from what you would have tasted the first two.
Oh yeah, I wasn't. It's almost. Wait. It's almost like there's a little aftertaste of coffee.
Yeah, bingo, nailed it.
Did you put coffee in it?
No, it's a type of grain that's used.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah,
I've never tasted the.
That's what I mean. You can combine certain type of grains, certain types of hops and yeast and water, and get all kinds of different,
interesting.
all kinds of different flavors. Yeah,
Interesting. I wasn't expecting that.
The grains can be roasted with coffee, and it's far above my knowledge. But I know that this particular batch is very low on alcohol content, so feel free to have at her, because nothing's gonna, you're not gonna lose any inhibitions drinking this stuff.
Right.
So it's called sessionable, where you can have a few and not,
Interesting.
you're not gonna feel the
Yeah.
effects.
3.5. You said 3.5.
Roughly 3.5%.
Yeah. Well.
It's actually one of my favorites.
Really?
Flavor wise, it's really
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, it's an interesting.
To me, anyway.
It's an interesting flavor.
I like the way you say that. It's an interesting flavor.
Yeah,
Could
and
mean
by
a lot of
interesting,
different
I
things.
mean, to me, when I'm gonna say interesting, mostly is like unfamiliar.
Yeah, it's hard to put your
Like
you
I've
can't
never
pinpoint.
tasted.
Yeah.
I've never tasted a beer like remotely close to what this.
Right.
one is
Same with
tasting.
the elderberry. Right. Like that's just a
Mhm.
flavor that you just never thought, oh,
Yeah.
that should be in a beer.
Yeah. No, it's good.
I would say that all these beers need refining and rebatching and all the things, but that's what I'm so excited about, to actually do it. Is
Yeah.
is to understand, okay, I need to add, pinch more of this, dash more of that. And it's not that simple, but
Yeah.
every batch is going to taste different.
Mhm.
So when you're ready to come back and try it again, it's hopefully refined.
It's exactly what you were saying about all the things, the process, the outcome is the same of like what is more important, the journey or the destination. Like it's that kind
Totally.
of thing. But that's what you're saying. Because could you imagine how fucking terrible it would be if like your first batch, it's already, you figure it out, you had like the perfect mix and everything is easy, and you have all
Yeah.
you're losing all the investment into like
That's not how I
that
roll.
science of mixing and processing and
Yeah, I think failure is important. I'm also curious how long these fucking cookies are going to sit there without us eating them.
yeah, so like I was gonna attack them right away. So these are Nature's Fair cookies, which are literally the best I've found around here. They're super good.
You're going to ruffle
It's
some
expensive.
feathers. You're going to ruffle some feathers with that statement. There's lots of good bakers around here for sure. I wonder who the bakers are.
So having a best one doesn't mean that the other ones are bad, right?
It's the best that you've had.
Or in my perspective, because maybe you're gonna be like, these are not good.
They are good. How do you measure? Like for me, it's tough to measure a cookie because there is not one single cookie I've ever had in my life where I don't want that.
Yeah.
It's like honestly, it's like
Yeah, really.
it's like pizza and sex and cookies are all like, you know, I'll do it. Might not be the most memorable cookie or pizza or, you know, other things.
Yeah.
But you're still, you know, it's not like you're going to take one bite of pizza and be like, no, I can't. I'm not going to eat that. Cookies are the same with sex. You're not going to be like, right in the heat of the moment, you're like, nope, I'm going home.
Yeah. You can. Because it's important to keep in mind that you can at all time change your mind on
But
are
have
you
you?
consenting? You can at all time.
Have you ever stopped right in the middle of sex and be, this is
In
shitty?
the middle,
This is shitty. I'm going home.
in the middle, no, but right before or at like key moments where no, point of no, how do you call that in English? Point of no way back points. Like calling the thing, like saying no before, just before a no way back point. Yeah. But in the moment, no. But like you can always.
It's one of those things that's either happening or it's not. You know, there's no. You don't half-ass sex. You or pizza or cookies. You're either eating it or you're not.
But that being said,
And this is not. I mean,
also you have to define.
it's not part of the podcast.
This is the best part. Also, you have to define. Sex, because I realized throughout my life that depending on the person, whatever gender you are, whatever kind of human you are, it's not going to be the same. Some people are going to call sex something that isn't necessarily, or. But all that to say that I agree with you, but to a certain point, I think there's extreme where I'm going to give you an example with the pizza.
Oh. All right, pizza it is.
Even though but I mean we can go over everything. But even though I've had for the first time, I'm like pizza is almost one of my favorite things. So like I've tried a lot of different pizza in different countries. And for some reason,
This is, yeah. Go on.
for some reason,
So many questions.
for some reason, I've came to try Papa John's pizza. Maybe I don't know 6 months ago, and I made the mistake. I don't know what went through my brain. I seriously don't know. And maybe it was drugs. I don't know. I ordered a meatball pizza from Papa John's. And man, it was the worst pizza I've ever had. I don't mean any bad advertisement for Papa John's. I don't care. But like, this pizza was the absolute worst. And I didn't finish it for one of the first time. And I know I'll never do this again. And this could be almost the level of, yes, I would have like one slice of this food. And it's like so bad that I'm like, you know, even if like when things are like mostly good, they're still, they can still be so bad.
Okay, but isn't Papa John's where they give you a raw pizza for you to cook?
No, it was like a fully cooked. This was mine, yeah.
Yeah, I finished mine in a hurry. But
No, it was fully
doesn't
cooked.
Papa John also can sell you a raw pizza that's not cooked?
I have no idea, honestly.
Maybe that's what you got, and which really, bringing it home here, would be like the raw dog of pizza. You know?
It would.
Yeah. And I can understand why
That would
eating a
make
raw
sense.
meatball would be terrible. That sounds awful. But at least you could say that thing I tried wasn't good. You know, bringing it back to some kind of normal conversation. You could say when somebody says, "Hey, we're gonna get Papa John's tonight, and we're gonna get the cooked variety," you would say, "You know what? I'm just not into that. It's me, not you," type of thing. You know. But all those things, because you love pizza, you at least tried it. You didn't know what you were gonna get. That's like sex.
True.
You don't know it's going to be bad until you're in the moment. You're like, this is terrible.
Yeah.
But, you're already there.
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Moving
on. That went down really fast.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Dang,
But that's because I know there's really minimal alcohol in there. And the conversation was making me... fidgety. Did you see how many times I had to move the mic when we were talking about this? I'm like, oh God. Yeah.
So no, okay. Before the thing is getting too far apart
or together.
Let's get or together. Yeah, it's a different way to see things. How did you find that cookie?
It was great. Yeah.
You wouldn't say it's the best you've ever had in the city, though.
No, I would say that it wasn't straight out of the oven.
Right. They were from yesterday.
So that's rule number one. To be in the best cookie
the temperature
conversation, to be up there, it has to come out of the oven.
Right.
The chocolate needs to be on my fingers,
and
that didn't happen either. And it's a bit too girthy. Like chocolate chips, I find the ones that are a bit thinner, without going off the rails here. I just don't want a mouthful of. That was a pretty thick cookie.
Yeah.
And
true.
Maybe for some people they enjoy that, but I don't know. I don't like the size it fits. Do you see you see how it works on so many levels? That's why I picked those three things. They're all quite relatable.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless you don't enjoy cookies or pizza or sex. I can't imagine anybody in the world who doesn't enjoy at least two out of those three things.
I was gonna say, if you could only choose.
I hate these
if you could only.
I don't hate anything. Hate's a strong word, but these questions are like.
If you could only choose two, I feel like this would be too easy of a question, because you would obviously remove either cookie or pizza. Now, it gets more interesting if we would say, if you could only have one. But I feel like also it's kind of like a tricky question, because there's two pieces of food and then something that is essentially for the survival of our species. So it's not very fair.
But that's good. Yeah, that's like that's getting philosophical right off the hop. No, I don't think that's fair to ask. Could you do with one of those? That's just apples and oranges.
Yeah.
But the funny comparison is that most people love pizza. Most people love cookies. Everybody can think of a cookie their grandma made for them or whatever. And a lot of people have had sex. So whatever you define sex as, a lot of people have had bad experiences. A lot of people have had positive, really good experiences. And the same goes for pizza, and the same goes for cookies. You ever had a stale cookie? that's like a week old. You bite into it and you think you're going to lose a tooth.
Right.
That's probably not a good experience, but you still ate it. You know, I mean, I'm sure there's some people that spit stuff out, but
Yeah.
I'm not one of them.
I guess we'll have a very different relationship with all these things.
Yeah.
Total different subject.
Good. I was hoping you would do that.
Are you getting your? Is it level 2 instructor of the Wim Hof method? Are you still?
Yeah.
This
Yeah, I mean
into this?
that's the goal for next year. Time and money are the real barriers to how soon that will happen, but eventually that will happen, and it will allow me. I shouldn't say allow. It's so weird to say that, but it'll help me take people on weekend retreats.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
To have a deeper experience, going just beyond a 5-hour workshop where you really introduce people to a mindset that challenges them to push themselves out of their comfort zone with cold immersion and breath work. And in the retreat or the weekend experience, it's different styles of breath work, different environments for cold immersion. It's a bit more intense, and you get to connect with people over a longer period of time. You know, basically in 5 hours, you have the opportunity to just scratch someone's surface of who they are and what they're capable of. And over a weekend, over 2 days, I feel like you get a better sense of that. And so the level 2 instructor program with Wim Hof method is to prepare you to be able to deal with what might come of that. Again, not knowing the outcome, you're really just going in as a guide and showing people what they're capable of. In a deeper sense, is often complicated, and so there's a lot of prep work with that. Yeah, from people who have been through that before.
Yeah. Interesting. And so, like, that would be one of your goal would be to like host longer retreats with being able to share the whole thing, because ultimately, like you said, like, is the impact that it has on people would be deeper. Because like, what is why do you think, what is your goal by wanting to transmit this? Is it just the direct wheel of like, I know this impacted me greatly and more people, and you know that it will benefit more people? Or is it just you enjoy the time spending with the people? Or is it a mix of both? Like, what is the main drive for you out of going deeper into this? And then I'll tell a story later about you, by the way.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think for me it's watching it's that moment that you see the fear in someone's eyes. And that immediately, I shouldn't say immediately, you watch them work through it in real time, and everyone who I've ever had the pleasure of working with in this Wim Hof method has shown me nothing more than they are entirely capable of doing whatever they want to do in that moment. And although there's fear of the intensity of the unknown and all the things bubbling around you, you find a calm inside yourself and a focus that is just incredible to watch people go through. And to experience that with them, to be there as their guide or whatever you want to call it, that's next level for me. That's incredible. And it reminds me every time I watch someone go through it that we are all entirely capable of whatever we want to try or challenge ourselves to do. And so on a weekend, on a deeper level, with more time, you can explore that. And I like to say it's, you're playing with your internal fear, and the more you can sort of dance around that and have fun with it, first and foremost, just to have a little fun, like chill out, be a 4-year-old child that's curious. Yeah, I would love to see people go through that over a weekend, or more time anyway.
Yeah.
The weekend that doesn't matter how much time. It's more so just watching them realize that it's not as complicated as we thought. That we have this, we've been talking all night about how life is so complicated, and fear complicates everything and all the rest of it, and then you're out there doing the thing, whatever it is, whether it's cold dip or breath work or whatever, and in that moment, oh yeah, it's not that complicated. It's actually pretty simple. And you walk away from that experience going, oh yeah, that's what living is supposed to, like that's, you don't need any rules or instructions to follow. You just, more times you're in the moment, the better. And so spending time with people, connecting with them over a weekend, yeah, it seems more purposeful to me.
Yeah.
And it's another layer, certainly I could stay as a just a level 1 instructor and be happy with that. But the purpose of level 2 and so on and so forth is to be around people that have gone on expeditions and hiked mountains in a pair of shorts and a backpack and in -5 weather, and you surround yourself with those kind of people, you're going to see some pretty interesting outcomes. Yeah. So that's part of the process to become level 2 instructor. That's the plan anyway. Yeah.
Because you're more likely to attract more experienced people for this thing, or
yeah. The people I see in the fundamentals workshop they're kind of scratching the surface of cold dips, and they want to get a better handle on why they respond the way that they respond. Certainly it's a vastly growing trend of people doing these challenges for themselves, ice bath and all the rest of it. And I think what they find in there is a part of themselves they didn't know even existed. And so, yeah, the people who continue to go on, it can be just a one-time experience for a lot of people, and they're happy with that, and I did the thing, and I got the picture and all the rest of it. That's cool. But then there's probably another 20% of the people in the workshop that really tap into something that they want to explore even more. And that provides them that avenue, I think.
Yeah.
Well, what about yourself? You've done cold dips now for how long?
Well, it will be, but since the end of November.
And what about the breath work?
Yeah, breath work. I don't do breath. I cold plunge every day, but I don't do breakfast. Yeah. I don't do breakfast.
That's fair. Also fair.
I do breath work here and there. I do. I definitely do it every week, but I do very different type. I don't do just the Wim Hof. I actually have a YouTube channel with a guy that is really nice, and like there's all sorts of different things. And I discovered one of the most I'm gonna say altering with actually a person, a woman that is from Vernon. Her name is Meredith, and it's I think it's called Sufi.
Okay.
Sufi breathing.
Yeah.
So it's diaphragmatic breathing. So belly, chest, and then exhale, but at a pace that is. for a long time.
Right.
And then happens something, and then I go on another planet. I lose this. I have like experience that you could categorize as like psychedelic experiences. And so
Isn't that the point?
yeah, like it can be a point, but this can be very scary for a lot of people, I would say. But it's to answer your question is I discovered in the thing that there's actually a lot of different breath work, and that it actually exists since forever, and it's absolutely insane. It's just with breathing, which is the basic elements that we have all at our disposition, right? Otherwise that means you're dead. And the impact it can have is absolutely incredible.
I feel like it's Pandora's box, you know, like for you know, you learn one technique or style, and that should lead to 50 other ones. You know, like there's so many styles of breathwork and variability there that that's a good thing. You know, there's no rules.
Yeah.
And the outcome remains the same. You use your breath to tap into your actual inner whatever you want to call it, as a way of connecting the physical space with the spiritual space. The breath is the go-between. And that's what I love about these different, whether it's Butacchio or Wim Hof or Timo style or pranayama. These are just named techniques that have a variation of breathing. What you're really doing, similar to working out, is you're trying to do things differently for whatever your purpose behind that is. It doesn't matter. You're just trying to breathe differently. And if you do it heavy enough or intensely enough, you get a pretty fucking unusual outcome. And it's the same with, if we go back to the training paradigm, you know, you train hard enough, you'll get a pretty interesting outcome. And I just think that the breath is already there. We're all exquisitely good at it. It's just interesting to tap into. You know, it's free, anytime, anywhere. I love doing it in the mornings. Man, I've had mornings where I've seen my own funeral, and I was so sad. Why is everybody crying? And then I realized that it was for me, and I just thought that was the saddest thing. I wouldn't want anybody crying at my funeral. And how did I get there anyway? Oh yeah, I did about 20 minutes of breath work. What a special thing. What a deep, interesting place to be. 20 minutes. That's nothing in the grand scheme of things. And man, some of the experiences I've had with breath work are just mind-altering, get high on your own supply type of thing. Like you don't need any stimulus. Try breathing.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's just like so obvious, like in the front of.
What is the longest you've sort of like done that kind of intense breathing for?
So this session, that session was the whole session was a little over an hour, but I was like breathing intensely for at least like 20-30 minutes, and then you would have a moment with that same breath, but like with not that pace, just pace a little slower, and then you would pick it up. It would be guided, because after very quickly I couldn't feel anything, right, except from like maybe my face. But the whole thing was like almost an hour. Like
Mhm.
it was very long, but didn't feel like that. But the whole session is an hour plus. Sometimes it can be. She told me like it can be an hour and a half. But an hour to an hour and a half.
And this is in a group setting or
No, it's
solo?
one-on-one. Yeah.
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 And do you think with that kind of intensity, would you get the same result in a group setting? And the reason why I'm asking, because it's my turn to host the podcast now, is because I feel like the set and setting is talked a lot about in psychedelics, and I think it also matters in breathing and in cold immersion. In the idea that you can do cold immersion with a group of people and have a totally different experience than doing it on your own.
Yeah. Oh,
Like
yeah.
it's more of a, when I do it, I want to be quiet, and internally and externally. And the same with the breath work. I'll let go a lot of my ego by myself, and yet I'm a bit likely to be guarded in a group setting. So in that sense, do you think that you would get to where you were going in a group setting, or no?
No, never.
No.
Impossible.
Well, I don't think it possible. I think that you probably need some help from psychedelics at that point.
Yeah,
You know?
I would say the reason why I would say this, because like the way she's doing it, and it's like it's very like it's guided, and she does also like other things, and there's like it's kind of like there's a very spiritual aspect to it, because she does like all the things, and there's like the music, and I think these things where you get very into some kind of like the unknown, where it's a little bit of exploration, where this is gonna change the experience a lot, whether if it is a group session or not necessarily in a bad way. I think you'll tap in different things.
Yeah.
Because starting here in the winter, cold plunging by yourself with no experience, it's hard. It's challenging. If you've never done it, it's minus 20, and one day you decide you're gonna do, and you go in the lake. It's tough by yourself.
Yeah,
with nobody pushing you.
totally.
With
I
that,
think-
you would go there and you would be like, "Fuck it," you know.
Yeah, I think that's just a pitch for being in a group with a trained professional. I shouldn't say professional, but someone who, that's a good pitch for the Wim Hof method. You don't have to practice the Wim Hof method. There are 17,000 other different things you can do. But at least it puts you with someone who has that proper training and background and has seen a lot of people go through this, and you sort of have a comfort level there that I think would be a good way to start. But certainly the solo practice is obviously comes with risk, but there's something to benefit from that risk, like we were talking about earlier. You're intentional about it. You can obviously have risk in your bathtub, let alone being in the creek or the lake or whatever. But you have to assess that risk yourself. You know, whatever you're comfortable with. And I've seen all types come through my workshop and feel entirely capable thereafter. So, yeah, I think it's the group dynamic is always so different than solo practice. It doesn't matter what, if we're talking about breath work or cold immersion. So, yeah.
I think if there's one positive aspect is that like it helps, even if there's a little bit of ego in there, there's more ego in the group, right? In the group dynamic. It helps. If there's one positive aspect of that, it helps because you're not going to be the one that's like say no, fuck it, I put my feet in there and like I'm gonna walk away because everybody's around and like looking at you, and there's that group atmosphere that is like make it harder to give up, right? To you can't abandon ship in a group, or I mean it's way harder.
You know what you're talking about, I feel like is my responsibility as an instructor,
Mm-hmm.
to help people listen to themselves. And because I have had people who don't pull that card, and they don't do it just because everyone else is doing it. And I find that that's it's just as strong as the person who's willing to do it because everyone else is doing it is the one who says, no, I can't do this. That's powerful as well.
Right.
And part of being part of being an instructor is in my opinion, trying to identify who needs to be dialed down and who needs to be amped up, and then let them decide. This isn't about me instructing. This is about you doing this thing that you signed up for, where you had no fucking clue you were going to be that uncomfortable. It's on you. Like I'm just there to help, and it's not about my experience. It's about you challenging yourself, and just signing up for the course is, for a lot of people, very fucking challenging. And you see all kinds. I would like to say that there's a certain type of person that does well, and there's some that don't, and no, it's just all kinds. I've seen everything from 75-year-olds to professional MMA fighters go through this, and they all have that same look in their eyes of holy shit, I didn't know it was going to be this uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And then in that moment, it's like this, they calm themselves using breathing techniques. And then, oh man, it's so cool to watch them just get so, oh, I can do this. And it's just so powerful to watch people do that. They realize that they're in that moment capable of anything. And that is powerful.
Yeah.
That's why I love doing it. That's what I think it's a technique that's been well practiced, so it's smooth, right? Not a lot of risk when it's smooth. You don't have a lot of unexpected occurrences, but the moment's still the same. I just see that in their eyes, and it's so cool to watch. Yeah. So level 2 would just be more of it. Yeah. More pushing the comfort zone, or the uncomfort zone, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. What is interesting about it, because there's different ways to get this shock and this intensity on experiences, but what I find really interesting is, because I can't help to compare this to also like fitness, is that there's zero control. Like you can't control the intensity or the pain. In fitness, you can go all out on a fucking assault bike and just like kill yourself, but you can also, once it gets too uncomfortable, you can dial that down. You can manage things. This it's like there's no. You have to like find a way to accept, to allow what's happening, and to me is the main. Now that it's been 8 months or 9 months, something like that. It's like the main takeaway from me is like it teaches you something that is so freaking important, especially today in this modern world, is like that we want to control everything, and we want to have this ability to control our lives, so that we minimize like the unknown, we minimize risks and stuff like that. But ultimately there's a lot of things that are happening that we can't control, and this is the biggest thing for me, is like you get in and you can't control, you have no there's no alternative. You're there, and it's painful, and you can only accept. Otherwise, you give up. You get away. You don't let it go through you. And to me, is the main thing. Like, all these other benefits like are great. Love the dopamine. Love the coffee that tastes really good afterward. Love the fact that you adapt yourself better to rushes of adrenaline and you create brown fat, and then there's love all these things.
Mm-hmm.
But the main thing to me is like learning to let go. Learning, accepting that you can't control these things, but what you can do is letting go of the fact that you think that you have to control everything, and you can just if you accept and allow it, you can go through it. Letting go of resistance. And this is the biggest for me personally. I guess everybody's got different things.
Yeah, no, I love that. The control thing. That's how I got into it. Is by accepting that not everything is in your control. But lately, when I think about that, I think when you talk about acceptance and letting go, I have a real struggle with the idea of letting go of something. Because where is it going to go? The cold, if I can use your the cold dip, that's never going to go anywhere. The cold is always going to be there, smacking you in the face, physiologically telling you that this is not comfortable. The cold's never going to change. So you can't let go of that. You can accept that it's cold and the changes are going to happen in your body. And that those changes happening in your body and mentally as well are because of the cold, which you can't, you say you have no control over that. And I would offer that you very well do, because how else would you get through that? It brings the chaos to you, and you only have control over your own mind. That's it. Everything else, your physiological response, the cold itself, the chaos you just intentionally created, knowing full well that you don't know the outcome, the only one thing that you can control is what your mind is trying to tell you. And in that moment, you calm yourself, you center yourself, you meditate, you all the things. So really the only thing you could have control over is your mind. Everything else you must accept. Because the shit's going to happen. There's no escaping it. There's no escaping that cold. I've been doing it for 3 years now. The cold is the cold. It hasn't changed. Every time I sit in that ice bath, that is fucking cold. It's only my internal mind that has trouble with it. And if I've been away from the cold for a certain amount of time, I struggle more. And yet the temperature's the same. The physiological responses are the same. So what am I really saying there? I'm saying that I'll let that happen. I'll accept that is going to happen, and I know I'm going to have a certain response. And the only one thing I can actually control is my mind in that moment. And that's what's so beautifully calming about it. Because, I think you're bang on. The rest of the stuff in your life that we struggle so mightily to try to control everything. And the one thing we only really could have half us control over is our thoughts. And, where do they come from? Half of them are negative, Like the half the time your brain is telling, your mind is telling you, get out, get out, get out, get out. And yet full well that you don't need to. And there's an internal struggle there. And there's an acceptance that that's what's your mind's gonna tell you a lot of different funky things when you're in the cold. Yeah.
Yeah.
P.S. Going back to the workout, you did say assault bike, not asshole bike.
Assault.
Yeah, not
Yeah.
asshole bikes. Bikes
Yeah.
are not assholes. I love bikes. But the assault bike, that's kind of an asshole bike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is terrible.
I just thought of that. That came back to me.
It's not the first time somebody told me this, so maybe it's something in the way I'm saying it.
No. It's an
it
asshole
sounds-
bike for sure. It's it doesn't go anywhere. You have to pump your arms and your legs vigorously. There's no freedom there. But going back to the control thing, yeah, that's just the thought I had lately. Is that it is because you are intentionally placing yourself in harm's way. Not harm's way, I shouldn't say that, but discomfort. And you have to accept that. And then you have to control your thoughts in your mind by meditating. Because that's all you have left at that point.
Yeah.
Everything else is responding and happening to you. And if you don't find a way in life to deal with the things that happen to you, it's not going to go well for you. Because there's a lot of bad shit that happens to you. And usually, in my experience, it's our mindset, it's the thoughts that we have, our own expectations of ourselves that lead us astray. And lead us to think, oh, I can't do that. If you could just shut the fuck up, you probably could. And by that I mean internally. If you can quiet the thoughts in your head. And I think that's where cold immersion and breathwork play a real key role. Because when you're breathing, or the way you did it, suddenly there becomes a focus on the breath, not your thoughts. And so you're very capable, and that's going to ruffle some feathers, like I've said before, because then people will say, well, what about all the thoughts that just percolate around in my head for no good reason? Yeah, you're right. You can't control the thoughts, the ones that are coming up and telling you different things, but you can quiet them. And that's control. Exquisite control, in my opinion, to do that. Which is really the only thing in your life. You talked about that secret place inside of yourself. That's just you in there.
Yeah.
And when you're facing some challenge like that, whether it's workout or cold immersion or otherwise, yeah, it's just you in there. And probably no one gives a fuck except for you in that moment of how much struggle is going on. And like I said, it's all good until it happens to you. And then you're like, oh, that's what that feels like. And there's an internal battle going on inside. Like, why the fuck would I do this? Oh, that's why. So that I can quiet all those thoughts. I can control, if that's even a thing, all those thoughts percolating around in my head. And be at peace with myself. Yeah, it's a beautiful experience to watch.
Yeah.
And you see it in people when they. I think it's what people often identify as flow state or the zone, or, there's nothing else, and it's such a peaceful place. We're so goddamn busy in our head. We need something to focus on like that. That will get your attention. I guess to me, that's probably a measure of control, because you did the thing.
Yeah.
Here's a good question. If you're on a boat and there's a piece, no, I'm kidding. If you're on a boat and it capsizes, you're thrown suddenly into the water, and it's like frigid ocean, like the Black Sea type of stuff. What do you think is going to happen first? Are you going to go, oh, I know how to deal with this? I doubt it.
No, I panic.
You're going to fucking panic. And then if you're given enough time, hopefully, and you've experienced it enough, you can tap into a calmer state. Right? This is what all the people train for in the world. But
you would still die, but at least like calm. It would be a calm death and not like panicking. It's like all the people in the Titanic.
Yeah.
People died from the cold in like 10-15 minutes. They were dead.
Yeah.
I guess it's.
And I'm of the opinion that she had room on that little thing she was sitting on for him to be saved.
I was going to say the same thing. This doesn't make real sense. But and also, because I've rewatched it not a long time ago actually, but with everything that happened with that submarine and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Actually, no, it was before that, and this was a weird synchronicity. I remember like thinking about this. The first thing was I started to listen to a different version of an orchestral version that I really like of the main theme, like a full thing. I started to listen to this, and I was listening to this sometimes when I was plunging and stuff, and then I was like, oh, I would rewatch the movie, and then after that, literally like I like literally maybe like a week or two, there was that thing with the submarine. That because the submarine was getting down to see it, right? And this was really weird. But anyway, what we were saying, these people, I guess I'm wondering, it's probably not like dying from the cold is probably not the worst way of dying. It's definitely not the worst way.
I can't speak from experience.
Not for sure.
Chris Lemon has a story like that. Chris Lemon is a deep sea diver, and he goes down to the bottom of the Adriatic Sea. I don't know, somewhere out there, and he fixes pipelines. So these oil rigs that are sitting on the ocean. He goes down there, and what happened to him was the ship. So these are like Jacques Cousteau guys, right? That have the thing on their head and all the gear. And even in today's modern world, you still need to go down there with a line attached to the ship. And so what happened was the ship's GPS positioning failed, and so was adrift in the ocean. And attached to this bottom was a deep sea diver. And so the ship is just kind of drifting around with this cord attached to it. And the cord severed, and he has an emergency tank on that's supposed to last 5 minutes, and they found him, so they kicked the GPS back on, basically did a reset, sent a sort of Discovery type submarine down there, and they found him, and he'd been down there for 22 minutes, and they all thought he was dead, and of course this was traumatic for them as a ship, as a crew. It turns out he survived, and he came to Vernon and did a talk on this.
Really?
Yeah. And I went into this talk thinking there was going to be some grand epiphany in that moment of because he knew he was going to die very quickly.
Yeah.
Like within the span of 20 minutes, he knew he was going to die, and he had to sit there. And I was waiting for this like moment of like, oh, this is the meaning of life. And no, he said he was disappointed, or he was sad that he had disappointed everyone at home and his crewmates, and that this had happened to him.
Really?
Yeah. In that moment, he was sad for them. And he was sad that he had disappointed his wife and family and all this.
But it wasn't his fault.
No, but in that moment, he went there.
Oh.
Of course, it's not his fault, right? But he's so sad that he's going to die. And anyway, so...
How did he survive?
I think, and he talks a little bit about this, it was the cold. Because it's very cold down there. Yeah. Like below zero. And I think you've heard these stories of people falling through the ice who basically, quote unquote, freeze themselves and then they survive. It's the cold. You're not actually dead. You just appear very dead. And when he talks about the meaning of life, he even mentions in his presentation that there's no grand epiphany of life. He was just out there doing his job. He was living his life. That's what he wanted to do. In fact, he went back to deep sea diving 2 weeks later.
Oh, really?
And the people on the ship were far more traumatized than he was, because he had resolved himself to death. He was just like, oh, this is what it is. And, you know, gratefully he survived to tell the story, likely because of the cold. The people who had to watch him die, they're the ones who suffered, because they were helpless. They didn't have any control of the situation. They had watched someone die on their watch. Watch someone die on their watch. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They had to experience that, and they had more PTSD than he did, because he was ready to go back 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
And I think that just is a measure of purpose, and in the final moments, you know, man, that's so sad that he felt like he disappointed his family. But, you know, the cold will do incredible things like that. I think there's so many stories about, if you're not in that element because you don't want to be uncomfortable, because you hate the cold, man, I wonder, I mean, obviously deep sea diving is an extremely far end of the spectrum type of story.
Yeah.
But if you're not even willing to experience a cold breeze in January, man, what's going on?
Yeah. This is where plays inspiring people to do these things.
Totally.
And this was the thing I was gonna say.
And you ask inspiring people about their inspiring things, you know what they say? Oh, I was just living my life.
Yeah.
Just doing my thing. They don't think if it's inspiring.
Yeah.
Oh, I shouldn't say that. They just recognize it as, I just want to go and do my thing. You know?
Yeah.
That's where I'm happiest in my element. And so going back to being a Wim Hof method instructor, man, watching people find themselves is such a cool experience for me. Yeah. I don't know. It's hard to match that. It's kind of like a light bulb moment for a lot of people. And you know, I hope it sticks with them that they're entirely capable of doing the thing. It doesn't matter what you applied to. Like, hey, come on this podcast and talk about pizza and beer and life, you know, like, okay, well, I'll try that.
Yeah. It's the curiosity, but it's I think just one thing about what you said with that guy, I feel like there's a strong correlation with accepting death and living a life that is, like, I'm not gonna say authentic, but where you live your life, where you do what you want to do in your life.
Yeah.
Where you have, like, where you understood that you're in control of everything, actually, about yourself, about your life, where you are, what you do. Once you accept that you can change anything you want, that you can do anything you want, and you actually do these things, where you I feel like, again, I don't know, I feel like you're less likely to, I feel like that guy was saying, like, if this was like the job he loved and like something, he wasn't really thinking about like him dying, like he was doing thing, and if 2 weeks later he was back into it, like, if you do what you're truly meant to do, well, I'll say not in a scientific level, but more like a spiritual level, because I believe we all have like a very specific purpose, and we came here with a very specific set of tools that are unique, like back at what we said in the beginning. And if you tap really into these things, I believe this is where you'll be most likely to back to the deathbed. Yeah,
Totally.
yeah. I've done the things. I've done what I had to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like almost like not saying that you look forward to, but almost come I did everything that I wanted, and I leave with like an empty heart, or like almost comes at a. It's a little extreme to call it like a relief, or you're being, but you know what I mean, like, but
Yes. And you know, on top of that, and another thing, you might not achieve all the things that you want to do, right, in your lifetime. But man, I would never want to look back and go, I didn't even want to try.
yeah,
Oh man, that's a scary place to be. And it's just so simplistic to at least try it. At least try to do something that brings you some purpose. And for me, I see a lot in people who retire.
yeah,
And they think that retirement is the answer. I've earned this. This is I worked hard all my life, and now it's my time to enjoy it. Wait a minute. You mean you weren't enjoying it the whole time before?
Yeah.
This is your time to enjoy it? Oh, that's sad. And P.S., by the way, you know that 45 years of purpose you gave yourself to provide for your family and yourself and all the things? You're going to take that purpose and do what with it now? You're going to golf twice a week? It's not going to go well. You know? Like you had purpose. You had conceivably 8 to 10 hours a day, 5 days a week of purpose, whether you liked it or not. And man, if you don't like it, you better change that, because you're not going to age well. The people who I see aging the best, the ones that come into my office, they're the ones who look back in their life and go, my job gave me so much purpose. Like there's good days and bad days. I get that. But purpose is the key. And then when they retire, no, they don't retire. They just job change. They go on to something else. And the ones who say, no, I deserve retirement, I deserve not to work, they forget that the work is the purpose. And and as sad as it is, there's a lot of people who put too much emphasis on work as a purpose. But you can't take that away and just be like, no, I'm just going to golf.
Yeah.
Purpose matters, man.
Oh, yeah.
And you have it from day one all the way until you die. You know, your purpose is your internal compass. At least try to do something of purpose, or what you consider to be a value.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, and I'm not saying people don't, I just think that they miss out on a lot of things because they have some expectation, like going back to the external versus the internal world. The external is usually feeding the internal thoughts, and they miss out on a lot of purpose that would provide some measure of happiness. I'm guilty of it. I've done that.
Yeah. It's a soulless life when you buy into this narrative. That the problem is that also the purpose is not necessarily your job also, because we live in a system where you need money, right? And it's totally fine to support yourself with a job that is not your purpose, but then don't let this drain everything from you, all your energy, and then you don't act on any kind of other purpose that you have. And there's today's problem is that I think it's the pressure is we built up to a system that like has a lot of great things, but I think we're like this in kind of technology and advancement and shit, but like human, very simple human values, like we're so far apart and disconnected from technology and what we're the comfort and what we're capable of having and social media and of all these things, but still there's so many people that have like mental health problem. There's still a lot of shitty things happening. There's still a lot of people are suiciding. There's still like a lot of shit, and there's like simple things that we're not doing enough, because I don't know, it's just we've been built into this thing where we all feel like we have to compete to each other, and there's the fear and everything. But to get back to the purpose, is I totally agree. I think it's the strength is the engine that's gonna make you want to get up and do things, right? This is how I see
how you
it.
roll out of bed in the morning. Yeah, and you sometimes you need to go looking for it, and other times it smacks you in the face, you know.
Yeah.
I just think that you know, what you said was really important, that I'm glad that we have a safe space to actually be the way we are right now. It's safer than it was for most people.
Yeah.
Is it perfect? No, far from it. And technology has provided a voice to a lot of people who were likely suffering internally in the past. So that's progress. But that is the nature of being human, I think, in the fact that there is no such thing as perfect.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And this is just a different time and place than it was in the past. You know, we just keep fucking shit up, like as a race. Man, we're not doing well. Not in my opinion. And yet we are. There's no question we are survivors. The human race is complicated for sure.
Yeah.
And I feel like we're zooming out again into this sort of podcast pontification where it's easy to talk about, hard to live. You know, it's easy to talk about how complicated our life is now and how technology is ruining us. It's easy to point fingers and blame.
Yeah.
It's much harder to just live a happy life where you find that happiness inside. Man, that is complicated, and we're always going to struggle with it, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just find ways to suffer, man. We
love the drama.
We fuck shit up all the time, you know, like humans
Yeah.
they'll have a notorious history of making shit worse.
Oh yeah. We like humans have done some terrible thing, but like this is how we evolve, and this is why the importance of because we love to like point, like you said, like point at problems, and the key to me is always thinking of like the solution, right? Like if you're gonna talk about this society, don't tell me what's wrong. Tell me what would you change to make it better.
Yeah.
But more importantly, what are you actually doing yourself right now to make it better? Oh, it's fucked up. Like there's a lot of people who, like, part of the reason why I started the podcast also is because I see many things that I'm like, holy fuck. Like I can't like maybe have kids later. I can't keep living in a world where I witness with my eyes something that I'm gonna judge like fucking terrible for humanity. I can give a few examples, but not necessarily. And me having the capacity to weigh in the scale of doing something that I believe is positive for this world or community or whatever, and not doing, and staying like, this is not good. Like, this creates separation. This create hate. This, like, everybody can do this, blaming, pointing fingers, like, because people reacting to shit is like the easier thing. But how are you truly fight for something? It's by embodying and being this, not by saying, this is bad. Who cares? They are embodying what they feel is right for them, regardless of the morality of it. Like, they think they're in the right, even if they're not. But you truly fight for something when you embody it and you spend and pour full energy into being and spraying. This is how and by giving no attention to this is how you actually going to truly fight. But it's way harder because we're triggered by things and we want to say, no, this is bullshit. But you give your energy to this. You give your energy, time, attention, and you feed on that thing. And you really, like, by thinking that you're fighting it, you actually make it bigger. And it's the hardest thing to not want to. But anyway, it's
not anyway. No, there's not any way.
And this is how.
Yeah, I think. Man, it only took us 3 hours and 51 minutes to get to this point. That's impressive. Yeah, I think I hear a deeper. There's the individual, and then there's the rest of us.
Mm-hmm.
And when asked to come up with your own thought, generally people are pretty good on their own. Most people have good intentions.
Mm-hmm.
But put them in a group of other people, and all of a sudden the finger pointing starts.
Mm-hmm.
It's you, not me. It's your fault. It's whatever.
Yeah.
And I think it's just to bring it all home. It's what you're doing. It's all good until it happens to you. And so you better be living the life that you aim to live. It must not going to be perfect, but at least try to make yourself happy before you even look at other people and what they're doing. Because it's not fair to compare. And when you start comparing, you start pointing fingers, and all you're really doing is taking away from who you are as a person, that uniqueness that you talked about,
Yeah.
As soon as you start looking at what someone else is doing, you're like, "Wow, I didn't do it that way." I mean, if you're open to growing and learning, you'll try it. You won't be set in your ways. And if you're that type of person, I'm thinking you're not pointing fingers. I mean, we're all judgmental. That's just going to happen. But before you point any fingers, you probably need to take a look in the mirror.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing to yourself is far more important than what's happening in the world. I bet it. With everything I believe in my life, what I'm doing about myself, to myself, how much I love myself, how much I accept who I am, dark side and all, is far more relevant in my reality, of course.
Oh yeah. 100%.
And if I think about how much self-awareness it's taken me to get to that point, I'm not even scratching the surface here, I think I'm doing much better than using that method of who am I, and I'm not defined by anything, and I'm quite capable of what I want to try to do. That's at least a good compass enough. That's a good compass for me.
Yeah.
And that's why I started making beer.
Because it's part of.
Is that a good segue to wrap all this stuff up?
Yeah. No, it is. If we're gonna kind of wrap it before everything shuts off the
Sprinklers haven't turned on yet.
No, yeah,
Oh, yeah, well,
but it was better.
it's better. Yeah,
better
yeah,
to
totally.
move.
Yeah.
The well, I love the Who Am I think is the start of like some kind of great journey, and all this when like you're doing you and your reality. The thing is that we have like a big impact on other by just being in that self journey, and I was gonna like just sit when we did the documentary, and like I filmed yourself at the creek.
Oh yeah.
This
Is this the story you were gonna tell?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
So this is the this is true. I'll say true inspiration, because what happens is that. So I film you going into that thing. I think it was the first time. Did I do? No, yeah, I did the workshop with you before,
Mm-hmm.
but I didn't. I mean, anyway. So we get on the creek. It is. It's actually. It was during that big like cold moment where it was like fucking between minus 20 to 30 last November. Like it was crazy cold. I don't know if you remember. But anyway, and we get in that thing. I'm already like I already don't feel my hands anymore, and I'm like cold as hell. Walking there, like I start filming you. Just you break the ice with a hammer on that thing, and I'm watching this, and then you get undressed, you do your thing, and so I'm most part of my brain will focus on having good shots and things like this, and then and then I see you walking in this water that is like below zero, and in like a total serenity, and that created something in my brain in several steps. And this is what I call true inspiration, because the first thing that went through my mind is like, holy fuck. Like, what is this? How is this even possible? I was like, holy fuck. And then quickly, right after, I was like, I want to do this. I want the same. I want to be able to do the same. Just like by the capacity of doing it, I didn't even know like any kind of benefits of it. I was like, it's just so fucking cool. Like you're able to walk into something where like, I was like, how is this even possible? You know what I mean? And then the last thing was like, I need to be able to do this, and I made the link with, I know you're human and you're doing this. I know that I have not the capacity of doing it right now, but I see you doing it, and so directly I know that eventually I'll be able to do it. If I see somebody doing it, why can't I? Like I should be able to. So of course, on the extreme of the spectrum, it might be different, but like for most things, if you see somebody doing something, that means it's at least possible. Theoretically, right? And that is true inspiration, not like seeing something that people that are so disconnected that you don't see the human side, or they gatekeep the thing, or like just this aspect of raising barriers, and they look too much like aliens or too much like geniuses, but these little things that are a little unfamiliar, a little unusual, this or other things, like, or when I fucking yell or whatever, like these little things that you see somebody doing, and like you can see the work, because you know like you don't get in this like that with with that amount of peace and serenity without like having a lot of things, but it sparked like something that I knew on the moment I saw you in this, I was like, I knew I need to be doing this.
Yeah.
And it's almost maybe like intuitive, or it's like some kind of spiritual thing, or like that I was meant to be doing this as well. And this is why we connected by coincidence on this. This is you needed to, it was almost a soul contract that you needed to transmit this to me. And because I believe we all have like different little things like that. The same way somebody by coincidence it transmitted to you, and we transmit this, or we spark inner fires of other people into different things. And that is I think how we change, not even knowing it, right? Because you didn't even realize that that you sparked that thing in me. And this is true inspiration, by you being on your journey of who am I and discovering all these things. You're gonna spark fires here and there, because that's what we're here for.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. That's humbling for sure, and I totally agree with you that we grow. Just human nature is to watch other people do things and mimic them. That's why it's so important to you know, and even going beyond that, if cold immersion isn't your thing, you can at least have an appreciation. Okay, so there's inspiration, and you want to do the thing, and then there's appreciation of how complicated that is, and the process that comes with that, and that serenity that I have didn't happen on day one. It took a minute to adapt to that kind of stuff and find a quiet place in my head. But there's also a level of appreciation, that's why I think live music is important. That's why I think live events, watching athletes do what they do, you just can't get the same thing from watching it through your phone. And that's not to take away anything that comes from that. Recording that is storytelling at its most technologically advanced capability. That's what we're trying to do here. But the actual in the moment exchange of that happening in that, when we're down there, is just to take a step back from that and appreciate how complicated all that is to really, that's where love comes from, I think, right? Oh, I love watching someone do that. I love watching someone go through that process of what you're talking about. I love appreciating that. That's incredible. That's an incredible journey to be on. And I have an appreciation, and there are people that have inspired me along the way, same as what you're talking about. And you probably wouldn't get the same inspiration if you watched me do it through Instagram or Facebook. You know what I mean? And that's not to take away anything from social media platforms, which is a whole other conversation. But I think being there, being like present, and it's just, man, there's something to be said for watching someone do what they really enjoy doing. Like you can see it in their eyes. And that's what I love about watching you go through this process of podcasting, and it's just something you enjoy. And I got to be a real live version of it now. And so I'm curious to see what you come up with. That's an inspiration in itself. And that's exactly going back to this whole idea that you're doing your thing. And you're going to find things that resonate with you, like watching me go through that. And in that moment, you're like, I need to do that. And even if that's not your thing, let's say you tried it and you're like, well, it's not my thing. I can do it, but it's not my thing. At least you have an appreciation, And I'm so happy that it got you to that level.
Yeah, that was
because
insane.
I remember the first time you did a cold dip.
Yeah.
I was there for that. And your what you go through internally is for you. And like you said, that's a secret place and no one's ever going to know what you actually went through. But I saw you on the outside, and just like everyone, not to say that that wasn't a unique experience for you, but on the outside, there's fear in your eyes. And it doesn't take longer than about 30 seconds to a minute for that fear to completely disappear. And you're like, oh yeah, I am capable of this. And that's powerful to me. Like watching you do that is inspiring because it's your first time.
Yeah, it was crazy. I remember shivering like crazy.
Yeah.
And it was almost. Also, I'm not Canadian. Like, you guys have more resistance to the cold. I'm from the south of France.
That's total bullshit, man. That doesn't fly around here. That's bullshit because
the Mediterranean Sea. That's where I'm from.
Yeah, it just doesn't
work.
You know, yeah. So I guess the context matters. Like if we were to go down to I don't know, the equator. Yeah, sprinklers. If we were to go down, or a bear, one of the two. If we were to go down to the equator, your adaptability to heat would be just as challenging as your adaptability to cold. Like it's just as hard. So this idea that, you know, because I was born in Canada, I'm more adaptable to the cold. Nah, it's just a mindset. I've heard lots of people tell me how much they despise the cold, and then I remind them where they were born and where they lived their entire life. And they're like, yeah, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. Really? You know, like, what are you doing here then?
Yeah.
Go live at the equator. And if you think that that's easier, it's not. Being hot all the time.
It's fucking terrible, man.
I don't know if it's terrible, but it's, you know, people think the grass is greener on the other side. Dealing with heat, in my opinion, it's much more challenging.
Yeah.
The cold, I found a special place in there. And so far, in my experience, the heat's been more challenging than the cold. Like trying to wear a hoodie on a 30-degree day. That is tough, man. Yeah. I used to say that there's no escaping the cold, and I stand by that. There is no escaping the cold. But you can always get warm.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard to cool the body down.
Yeah.
Very hard to cool the body down in heat. And so, you know, so it all boils down to, I think a lot of it boils down to mindset. Anyway, we can talk about this all night.
Yeah, but it makes sense in the sense that you don't need anything. I was gonna, like, a question popped in my mind, like, we talked a lot about death, and I was gonna relate this to you better be cold than warm, and like to see the extreme. Like, I would much rather die in ice water than burnt alive on the public place, right, being watched by the community down in the dark ages. Like 100%. I would be in the Titanic waters than burn alive. So I'd rather be cold than too warm.
Yeah,
does
man,
it make sense?
Those are terrible ways to go.
What is your one? You can't.
You know what? From what I've heard, drowning is a very peaceful way to die.
I wasn't even saying drowning, but
if you're in the cold, you're probably, you know, what comes first? Right. Are you having a stroke because you're colder than cold, or are you drowning? I think probably people are drowning right before the cold gets them.
They had like I'm talking about the Titanic specifically. They had floaters, so they were like dead on the staying at the surface, except from Jack.
They're frozen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think both would suck. I just would want to see the look in that bitch's face when she has room on there. Why is she not moving over?
And there's plenty of other things going.
You're going to have to cut this part out because I'm going to get angry.
No.
He could have lived. Is this the love of her life?
Yeah. And also, why do it like the first thing? Well, I mean, also like easy to say. Oh, what I would have done if I would have been on the Titanic.
Totally,
I would have done this and that.
See, it's all good until it happens to you. That's totally true. And you could talk a big game, but you weren't there.
Oh
I
yeah.
don't know.
But I think the first thing that would, if I mean, there's like, I would have keep swimming. I would have like keep swimming like a crazy man to either try to keep a little warm, even though it might not be possible. But most importantly, to the direction of the people with the boats, because they were like just on the side, and then afterward they come back, right? Like a few come back to see if there's to try to grab people. Like if I would be there, like I would be fucking just like.
Nah, I'm not buying it.
But yeah,
it's total chaos, total chaos. And
No, but yeah.
in the moment, I think you're gonna see people, do things that you would never expect them to do in a normal setting. I'll give you a prime example. I used to work on the cruise ships in another lifetime.
Oh, really?
And a guy I worked with told me a story that just was harrowing. One of the cruise ships ran aground.
Mm.
And that can happen. He ran onto a sandbar. It was just a mistake. If you know anything about cruise ships, they're very big. And sandbars the ships don't handle that very well. That being said, you're on a sandbar, so you're not going to sink.
Mm.
You basically ran aground. And it's still considered an emergency. You have to get people off the ship, there's no question about it. But nothing bad is going to happen. And yet, this guy, so basically what happens is they try to keep everyone as calm as they can. People are running and hitting their head and falling on the ship because they're panicking and not listening to what's actually being said in the moment. So they're injuring themselves, putting themselves at risk of dying just because they're panicking.
Mm.
And then there are other people running up to my friend, shaking him in his life jacket, asking him, or maybe not asking, but demanding of him why he ruined their vacation.
Oh my God.
This is what happens to people when you put them in situations that are unpredictable.
Mm.
You have someone shaking you. You work your job. This guy's job was a casino dealer.
Oh yeah.
And he has a life jacket on, and he's got a employee uniform on. And this lady's shaking. Why did you ruin my vacation? Like, is now the time to be doing this? But because they've entered another mind or another dimension of their mind, man, they go off the rails in a hurry.
Yeah.
And I think it's, interesting to talk about. I wouldn't ever want to be in that situation or on the Titanic.
No.
Because you just don't know. You can, you could say, oh, I'm going to do all these things.
No, for sure, yeah.
And then that's why CPR, they keep it simple now. Just do compressions. Because people are like, I'm supposed to be breathing or, I'm supposed to be doing something.
Yeah.
No, just pound on somebody's chest for a while and see if they make it. Keep it simple.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like this podcast. Like pizza, cookies, and sex. Just keep it simple.
Right. Because the thing is, simple doesn't mean easy. But that's a whole different. I think we're like 4 hours and 15 minutes almost. Wow. I think that's.
I think you gotta cut some of this, no?
I might, but I like to think that this was like we said what it was meant to be, and like it's gonna be out there and reach the people that are meant to hear it.
Yeah.
And I think it was a pretty interesting one. And like people listen to podcasts in several times, like so even if it's 4 hours, it's totally fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
When is the I'll always put information and contact and stuff of the people in the description, if anyone wants to reach you for anything.
Yeah, so if they want to reach me, Steve Piper, so my handles, the platform handles are at My Sport Chiro and Monashee Health Co. And yeah, just upcoming stuff. The Wim Hof method fundamental classes are starting again in the fall.
When is the next one?
Nothing set. Likely October.
Yep.
End of October. It's too easy in the summer.
Cool.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for
I hope,
participating.
I don't know. Brevity is not the sense I get from these podcasts with questions like that.
Gravity?
Brevity,
Oh,
like shortness.
Oh, yeah.
It's not brief.
It's made to be a long medium, right? Like it's I think like the more even though it's very recent, but like the more it feels like a little glimpse of like something that happens and then it's out there, and whatever the length, like it's timeless, and like it's something that maybe in fucking like 20 years ago we'll listen back to, like, because I'll listen back to nothing because I just can't. It's just too much things, right? And it's edited. I made the cuts with an AI thing,
Yeah.
and then I'll just like put the things together. But I can't. You don't go through. You don't listen to things yourself. So like I have no idea, and I try to have like feedback from people. It's like, is it okay? Is it listenable? Like, how is the flow? Because I had no fucking idea,
It's a learning curve.
But yeah, like it's just the intention is like it's out there for the people that are curious about knowing more in a different face of people, because who have the opportunity to have online a 4-hour conversation about all kind of things, you know what I mean? Like it's completely unique.
I love that part about it.
It's completely unique.
You're tapping into something that so many tangents are allowed. That's the way it should be. So it's like story time, right? And we're gonna get together and talk a bunch of shit, and let's see where it goes. Like there's no, geez, look at this. 10 o'clock at night, I gotta go. Why would I say that on an interesting conversation? I wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Well,
thank you.
And that is a wrap.